other trucker. No. Why am I moving forward? Where did that bastard come from? Oh my god.
Oh, I deep hit.
Hold on, let me. Oh, no, go over here.
Oh, she's coming.
Gabriel Ultra Kill. Okay. They are PC.
Oh, hi.
Hi. You know, I heard the chase music, so I was like, I'm gonna just
Yeah, why
punch
not?
this corner for a little bit.
Aretha's got it.
Oh, not the light burn. Let's go. Look at this esports play over here. Paddle slam with the flashlight to the face. Let's get it.
Yes.
She ain't gonna do that twice though.
I did it 2 times now, so I'm like, oh, she's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's part
And
of my
party hat.
challenge.
Alright, that building across the street, that's Takamoto's.
Shit! I was too busy singing a song.
Oh, you can't do it. That's right.
I got 15
Get
seconds.
away, Aretha!
Listen, I am ready to kill her. Wait.
To us.
Sorry, I'm running. I'm injured.
My fucking god!
How is
You
Aretha not down yet? That scream. I love it.
Love you, mean it. Shit, no, this is wrong way. Wrong way.
Stay downstairs.
I know, wrong
Honestly.
way. Wrong way. Oh!
Here.
Oh shit! No! No! Don't put that! No! No!
Oh my God.
Ready? Watch this. Down. I mean, sideways. And then up. And then down. Fudge. Okay.
Wow, Mom made a valid point. He does kind of look like Jeremy Sisto.
Fucking
An older
Christ!
Jeremy Sisto.
Oh my God.
Oh no, I left him. Crap.
Are you in the building?
No. In the building. Did you all see that?
Alright, this is crazy people stuff.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
god. Yeah, he.
Oh, you got me too.
Wait. Kaboom?
Mhm.
Listen, he's not on the team. Did you have it? Was no way there?
That bitch scared me. I was in the basement.
No, 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 no. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Just once yet. Well, I haven't even been near my computer in like days. Ooh, not me jumping right down in front of her. No, ma'am, it was a mistake. No. I didn't mean it. I didn't realize you were there. No. Ooh, ow, frickin' hell. What was that?
I wanna lock you up in a string.
Oh, fuck, that's right.
And BT, oh my god.
Right
Okay.
behind you.
Yeah.
Oh. Jump through the window for
Go.
life.
Oh, shit. Okay, go. Run, you bro time. Run. Run.
Yes.
Tasha, these are just pros, okay? You just saw a master at work.
Ghost riding.
That ghost isn't gonna find itself with you in the van, Aretha.
Right.
Listen, I'm
Huh?
stuck on some wire here. Hi, Ben. Well, what?
Infiltration.
Give us what we came for, lady. Get back in that house by yourself and go experience some scary shit. right meow.
Right.
Actually, let me put up a camera before she does that.
That has spoken. Spooky out.
Oh my god.
Ooh, it's,
Oh my
he
God.
started hunting.
Hello. I got my Christmas hat on. Got a sweater. How are you doing, Ben? After my stream today, I vacuumed the floor. We moved some stuff downstairs. And then I had to shovel the snow because it's been snowing all day. That was a long day. Are you doing well? That's good. That's good. Events. I'm trying to figure out what it is I need to click on to get rid of this new message. Seriously, this bugs me so much. You know what? I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna open it back up. You know what? I'm just gonna close it. Can't see it, but there's like something that's saying there's something new and I can't find it. I've literally clicked on everything. I wonder. It mixed it up. Can I create goals? Okay. I'm gonna see. Okay, hold on. too bad. I just started. See, I'm like, where is this thing? Purchase common acorns and receive an equal amount of rare acorn. Right? Okay, solo clear Marvel Rivals Nightmare 3 as the Punisher. This annoys me so much. How is your Christmas Eve? It can't be that one. Is it this one? It's great. Had a lot of pre-dinner snacks. Ooh. Hi. I'm playing Marvel Rivals. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. I was thinking about doing Marvel Zombies, because there's some stuff I have to do today. Mmm. Okay. I have to do 3. You have gifts waiting. Gifts waiting where? Say what? You have gifts waiting. Where are these gifts? I'm confused. Anyone know where these gifts are? Where in the world are these gifts?
Relax here between battles and connect with friends. You've earned it. A grand opening. A grand opening sale at Van Dyne's? Can't wait to summon some fashionable prizes. Relax here between battles and connect with friends. You've earned it. Relax here between battles and connect with friends.
Seriously though, where are these gifts? Hmm. Okay. Okay, I'm doing Nightmare Mode 3. I think it says I have to do the solo? Let's do this. Are we ready? Oh, quit eating my salt and vinegar chips. Yeah, I'm not really a salt person, but occasionally, I think it's because I don't eat a lot of salt, I'll just crave salt. Okay, wish me luck, people. Wish me luck.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
I'm seeing the second one too. Okay.
Zombies. All the carnage, none of the guilt.
Thank you. Okay. We got this. We got this. Alrighty. Can I come this way or this one?
Dead.
Why are you throwing stuff at me? Okay. Alrighty. I think we got it.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Oh, I only have one. Alright. Why do I feel like that's not right?
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
I gotta take out these green guys first. They're always throwing shit at me. And then these guys. Ow! Ah! Okay.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Damn it.
I'm hunkering down.
Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that. No. I meant to hit R, not that other one. Alright. Hold on. Let me get...
Succumb to the chaos.
Oh, shit. Ah.
But can you
Thank you
repeat
for the
your
follow.
success?
Do-do-do. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I'm sorry, what? Hi? Oh my god. What?
Life must prevail over death.
What just happened? Ah! Shit! No! Oh my god! Oh my... I'm like... Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the gift subs. Oh my god. I reached my sub goal. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm like, I can't even pause my game. Oh no. Okay. Would you all slow down for 5 seconds? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. And also thank you for the follow. And if you got a free gift sub from Twitch, I suggest you say thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna do a Christmas gift sub thingy. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hi, welcome in. Oh my god, I have a level 12 hype train. I've never had a level hype train. It even says new record. I've never had a hype train at that level before, like ever. Oh shoot. Okay, I want that one link further. But thank you so much, Twitch. Thank you for coming over. Hi, Kwai Guy. Thank you so much. I know. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs to the community. Much appreciated. Yes, if you got a gift sub from Twitch, please say thank you.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
I will say, my Twitch thing is broken. I know I have more than 3 people subbed, but for some reason it only says I have 3 people subbed. And it also says I only have 3 sub points when I know, personally, my mother subscribes to me at level 3, so I know I have more than 3. So yeah, my Twitch is broken. Oh, thanks. I gotta get over there. I gotta get over there.
Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Ah! Ah! Oh my goodness.
Alas, a champion has rise.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. Wrong one. Oh shoot. Ah!
Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. Wash our foes away. All patched up. Bogeys incoming.
Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Alas, a champion rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. Nice little boost.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die, Oh!
Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. Wash our foes away. Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. Against this place. Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. Bogeys incoming. Cleanse this place. Alas, the champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Put me down, put me down.
Alas, a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. All patched up. Cleanse this place. All patched up.
I died so many times. Ah!
A champion has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Oh my god!
Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. All patched up. Cleanse this place. Slow me down. Nicely boost. Wash our foes away. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Oh no! I died too many times. I can't take on that much damage.
All hope is not yet lost.
Anyways, let me fix my camera first of all. I don't know why, but it's like auto. There we go. Is that better? There, that's autofocus. I never was so autofocus before. But thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Ooh, let's see. Yay! Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, see, it says I have 109 of 100. So why does Twitch hate me? But they clearly don't. But yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, it might be fixed now. Okay, it seems to be doing good. Oh my god! Let's see who all got a gift sub. We got TRC Hector. We got Geeky Lumberjack, Sammy Lammy TV, Corvex 2, Avanoff, Darklin, Hunter, Mista ADHD, Nushin, Mussolini, The Holy Goldie, Ray Ray McCoy, Tabbers, Panda Cat Killer, woo! Ukoi, Marilyn Monroe, Wonder X Gaming, DL6Y, whole bunch of numbers, BDRIN9, Emily Gracina, Pocket Princess, Trauma Queenie, Ryder KB, Queer Pokey, RN Jesus is based. Matthias, Amisha, Corey Cotterize, God Panda, Sniper Bomber, Sadie Corn, Seriously Gilby. I don't know what those mean, but Annie. Kiyoshi Yurei. Oh my god. Ooh. Pebs the Nico, Panzer Kitty, Mindy, Artie the Gamer, Otaku Panda, Only Cheeseburger, Sharon Dar, It's Fluffy, Rune Starwave, Malstory, XKMB, London Bradshaw. Ooh. Gem. Sammy. Maid Luna. Don't platypus me. Okay. Zach Lore, Mr. Maquette, Yak Yak, Saluki, Slinkman, Queer Hubert, Zanik, Turbulent Tiger, Ember TL, Jackie, Name _ Reject, V Quirl, Harkalad, Grim the Necromancer, Muna Luna, Albastru, Referee Clark, Maui Wowie, Legitimate Ghost, Alex the Swiss, Extra Rosie, Robin Lane, Infamous Mouse, Shaun of the Res, Jungly Russ, Small Dragon, Mystical Park, Double Six Domino, Tish Tosh Tash, Cuddy Dots, ooh, Bean, Demaz, Majestic Plays, Illust Preacher, Kawaii Clouds, Blimmy 43, Angie Noel, Hungry Like Nephew, Alex and Ivory, Arcanium, NWD1, Gua. A lot of love. Lucky the Slime, Zabtha, Him Vincent, Yee, Tia Maria, Ms. Queen Cleopatra, Yoshi J, Is It Recess, ID4 Fix, Jaden Canuck, Ladder Coot, Taffy Butt, Rainin, Sparkle Spinach, Seraph, The Void Flower Tavern, Flaming Gnome, Natty Chan, UPC Donut, Sleepy Bra, and D Amazing. Merry Christmas. Just a few gifts from us to you. Thank you for being a part of our community. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you everyone who... Make sure you thank Twitch for giving you a gift sub. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, everyone. I think that might have fixed my Twitch thing, because now it's correct. Kinda. Sorta. A little bit. But this one doesn't work. Hold on, let's go. Is it Twitch channel overpoints? There we go. Okay, I had it set to the wrong one. There, I guess we reached my sub goal. I feel like I should do something. What should we do? I mean, does anyone want to play some Marvel Rivals with me? You're more than welcome to. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to say I was live on Blue Sky, which is normally what I do. Oops. Oops. Ooh, that's what I should do. Oh my god, my hair's a mess. Hold on, I gotta fix my hat. Hold on, I gotta fix my hat. Ugh. Hold on. Because my hair was in my hat because I was shoveling snow earlier today. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Whew. My hat back on? With my earphones? Okay. Wow. Thank you. It's my Christmas hat. Oh my god, why do I look just psycho? Jesus. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I want to make sure that I get this person in here before. Okay, I just need to grab this photo. Does anyone ever do that where they just like randomly, or if you have like a channel that's kind of like hidden, sometimes they'll like post things in there just so I can grab it later, and I'm like, okay. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know how to survive this thing, by the way. Okay, so events. We're gonna go zombies. Okay. Okay, let's try this again.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her.
Okay.
But the path will be fraught with peril.
Oh my goodness! Twitch gave 111 community gifts. Community subs. I thought it was 100. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait. No. No, 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 no. I didn't mean to be Blade. No, 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 no. I don't even know how to be Blade. I didn't... Oh, God. Should I just wait to die? Sure, let's go. Apparently I'm gonna be Blade. I wasn't paying attention. Again. Who knew?
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. I'm cutting it. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Spectre's name! Eternal as I.
Okay. All right. Not me not paying attention, and now I'm like, huh? It's still broken, by the way.
Life must prevail over death. Slice and dice. Slice and dice. Alas, a champion has fallen.
There's no way. I died.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
I died. Okay, I didn't mean to be played. It was an accident.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I was made for this mission.
I was made for loving you, baby. I got candy too.
I ain't holding back. Not anymore.
Okay. You should come out over here first.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Oh. Okay. Hey.
But can you repeat your success?
Can you repeat your success? Also, does anyone want to play Marble Rivals? I could switch to other modes too, by the way. Especially since I have no revives. I'm just gonna let it count down because you know what? Maybe we need to like not.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
It's the green ones that always throw stuff at me. I'm always like, would you stop throwing stuff at me? Stop throwing stuff at me. Oh, I died.
Has fallen. Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
What in the world am I gonna do? Seriously though,
You
I
have one
didn't
task,
die.
Fist. Locate the Queen of the
I did number
Dead
3
and
first.
End her. But the path will be
And I didn't
fraught
die
with
much.
peril. I was made for this mission. Zombies. All the carnage,
Fair.
none of the guilt.
Okay.
Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Okay.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think I got it.
There is no time to rest.
Okay.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
I don't want those ones. Shit. Convert 5% of damage dealt into self-healing. Okay, I do want this one, so we're not gonna get rid of that one just yet. Look, my health is already at 3,000.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. I'm like, who's hitting me? Yeah. Hi, Nocturnia. How are you? Okay, I need to get rid of these guys. Stop throwing things at me! Not so great, but resting. Oh, how are you feeling? Are you sick? Are you not feeling well? I'm doing good. I wrapped presents with my mom earlier. Twitch came in and gifted 100 subs. Oh shit. 111 subs.
You fought well, but the war is
Yeah,
far
it was
from
very
over.
nice. Pain, especially. And as per the just minor colitis and it's small. Oh no! Well, I'm glad you got checked out. Did they like want you to like follow up or anything? Did they give you like some medicine and stuff?
must succumb to the chaos.
It sucks being sick over Christmas or the holidays in general. Or in general. Okay, I'm gonna take out these guys first because they are a pain in my existence. Ah. Ah. Oh, shoot. Seriously, can they get any faster? Oh my god. Okay, I think I'm getting a little bit better. Hey, Miranda. Yeah. Well, I figured I would do zombies.
I fear this struggle may be as
I am. I am. Oh, shit. I need this one. Hey, Tasha. I mean, I offered to switch to regular mode if anyone wanted to play. You are more than welcome. We can switch to normal mode if anyone wants to play. I just hopped in and read sending you. Ah. It is so fun. And if anyone wants to come play zombies, you're more than welcome to. Seriously, can they get any faster? The answer is yes.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
God, I hope so. I gotta just try not to... My BP is at normal levels. You know? I mean, I don't know what my blood pressure level is, but it doesn't feel bad. Oh, shit.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
Wow. Chronically ill club, right?
All hope is not yet
Meetings are on every second Monday. We are is it anonymous or nah? A good question. I mean, I would think well, we're currently trying to fundraise so that we all get full body massages in a relaxing spa with some like Enya playing, you know. We discuss being women in healthcare and also bring spicy books to read. I don't know if the club is anonymous. Why am I just hearing about these meetings? The challenge is I'm supposed to... Ma'am, I'm super chronic. Wait, how do we get more points? I'm trying to do this. Solo clear Marble Zombies, Nightmare 3 as Punisher. I cannot seem to get past 3. I'm dying, like, all the time. Nightmare 3. That's what I have to do. Solo clear Marvel Zombies as and Nightmare 3 as the Punisher. It's Ruby Rose. I got a friend request. Who's that? Who's It's Ruby Rose? Hi! It's you. Would you like to come play? Would you like to join me? Okay. Do do do. I want to play, but I don't know if Dwayne will let me. What do you mean? Why doesn't your husband... Are you supposed to be relaxing? Are you supposed to be spending some quality time with your husband? Hmm. While you were next to him? Hi, Dwayne. Oh. Merry Christmas! Ruby Rose, would you like to play... would you like to play Marble Zombies, or do you want to play regular mode? Let's see. As a painter? Oh, I saw that in theaters. It was a good movie. See, I think all these ones are solo. Yeah, I have to do solo stuff. So we can go back to regular mode. Oh, sure. Quick match. Nobody 2 is good. To be honest, I like Nobody 2 better than Nobody 1. I saw it in theaters with my mom and my aunt. All right, I'm gonna start playing. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. Well, I think my mom or someone wanted to go watch Nobody 2, and I'm like, okay, but I haven't even seen Nobody 1, so we ended up renting it to watch it. So we did watch it at home before we watched 2.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Are we gonna go no tanks? I've seen Nobody 0.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Ooh.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. People think they can see right through me. I bet you've heard that before too, Emma.
Men have said as much. I prove them wrong consistently, just as any diva would.
Well, from one mother to another, let me say you are a true gem.
Thank
The battle
you.
starts in 5,
You're definitely
4,
wrong.
3,
I am
2,
about being
1.
I'm not even anywhere close to where I need to be.
Alone. And I really needed someone to argue with.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Our foes have found us. Better stop that vehicle.
Think about what
I was fine.
Ow.
Your turn to disappear.
Ma'am.
Stop them in their tracks.
I was fine. Invisible?
Yeah. I thought I was out of my diamond form.
All they did was make me angrier.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
You boys and your children suppose that way.
heads up, bad guys.
Us against the world.
Enemies on your tail. I got fire.
You got them all.
We got them
You
all.
stop them in their tracks.
Do 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 do.
I was fine, but thank you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous! Maximum pulse! Again! Again!
Oh shoot! I died.
I'm hurt. A nice deep freeze. How? Wilson.
Again!
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You can't
Gotta
be
stop
rid of
that
me.
vehicle. Get ready. Here come the bad guys. They hit a checkpoint. Might be a good time to stop them.
I suppose that helps.
Behind you. Double KO.
You deserve that, dear.
That's 3.
You're downloading the update now? Ah! Ow! Bah humbug!
Much better. I don't hold grudges.
You You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Better stop that vehicle!
I thought I was holding reality together all on my own. Goodbye.
I suppose that helps.
A little more, please. I'll smash the world! Stop them!
Mental domination!
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Someone's got to get rid of that person in the sky.
I'm back. And now there's hellfire to pay.
There's hellfire to pay.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Here's how you shoot!
I suppose that helped.
I am ready to put on a show.
This queen's reign isn't over.
Well,
Come on, let me heal you. You stop them in their tracks.
Some uninvited guests.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I took out one of their healers. I was like, who's healing?
Emma Frost never surrenders.
Luna.
Here's how you shoot!
My friends are here! Perfect Hex! Ah! Down to 30 seconds. No worries, I've got your back. Show's over. Go on time! Us against the world!
Oh.
Seconds! Better watch your back.
Your mind is mine.
Shields up!
Impervious!
Another epic victory!
Ooh. Miranda would like to stream together. Why, sure. You're at 54%? Ooh. Ooh, I got 3. I got a triple. That makes me... Wait, were they always... Okay, I was gonna say, were they always a Jeff? Because I'm like, when did they get 3 healers? They were Iron Man at the first, right? Also found you.
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Nothing much. Just playing some Marvel Rivals.
Mine is just loading now. What?
I decided to play. Well, I knew I was gonna probably stream again today, but I had to finish vacuuming my floors and then washing them, and then because of the snow, I also needed to shovel my front door and the back.
We are getting so much snow right now.
Mm-hmm. Like, if I had to explain to people how much snow I have... Okay, you know how... So the way my stairs go, there's a little bit of a ramp that, like, has a ramp. And then there's 3 steps. The 3rd step being, like, the main landing until you get into the door. This snow was, like, up to the 2nd step.
Yeah, I think, what do we got? Like 2-3 inches now already?
Well, at least 3 inches.
At least 3 inches, Dwayne said we have now. So far, it's still snowing.
Yeah, ours is slowed down, though. It's not as bad. It's, like, kind of trickling in a little bit, but... I know.
Is it summertime yet?
Right? My mom was like, where are we going to go for Christmas next year? We need to go somewhere. And then she was like, should we go spend Christmas with your aunts in Ontario? And I'm like, so when you said you want to go somewhere, I thought you meant like somewhere warm. I didn't think you meant another place that would possibly be really cold.
My stream is really lagging.
Oh no.
Might be better now.
Did it need a stern talking to?
It's probably the shaders loading.
Mm.
Oh look, I'm bronze 3. I've never moved from that position. I love it. Oh yeah, we still real laggy.
Might just need like a moment to sort itself out.
Winter holiday? I am not Daredevil, his thing says. No! No, did I just buy that? Oh, thank God.
That would have been so funny if you did.
That's all my points! That would suck.
Do you want to do share chat? Oh, we are share chat.
I already did.
Okay.
I figured. Guess I should have asked first. Sorry.
No. I went to go look and I was like, it says share chat on, and in my mind, because I read it so fast, it was like turn it on, and I was like, no, it's already on. Never mind.
What is going on here? Oh, one second. Adjust your volume. Okay, click your window. Are you in a game right now? Click your Windows button. This thing here. Sorry, one sec. I'm gonna mute for a sec. I just gotta help Dwayne.
Yep, no problem. If anyone else would like to join, you're more than welcome. You are more than welcome. Do, 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 do. How's everyone doing today? Are you excited for Christmas tomorrow? I always want to like I always want to do something on Christmas Day just because I'm always thinking about like, you know, maybe the people who don't have anything to do on Christmas for whatever reason is to like hang out. I always encourage you, if you know other people who possibly would be, you know, especially in our communities, if you're a streamer or belong to any groups, like just hanging out in the Discord. It doesn't always have to be streaming, but yeah, just kind of creating those spaces. My mom was saying on our stream today, she was trying to articulate what we were saying, but like we have a few people who are coming to our Christmas dinner who you know, maybe don't have many family members, and the family members they do have, they don't really speak to. So yeah, so we have a few people coming to our family dinner. To hang out and have some food. My house has always been that way. I mean, even especially when I was like younger, like my brother's friends like would always come over to our house. It's like, where are your children? Oh, they're probably at their house. And they were. Alrighty. We do have open spots. If anyone wants to join, you are more than welcome to. We have 3 open spots. Miranda will be joining us soon. When she decides to join our game. This is bothering me so much. I don't know where this thing is, and I want it to go away. Does anyone know?
Okay, I am very sorry about that.
Declined?
I just got back to the computer. Sorry.
Y'all?
Dwayne's wanting to play his game. I forgot how to use those headphones.
We were just rejected by Miranda.
My bad. I apologize. Here to do my jab. About time. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Sorry, you can send me a new invite if you'd like. I still have I'm at 64. But...
What was the question? Was there a question? Did I say a question?
I don't know.
I don't know. Thank you, yes. Okay, you see how here it says events? There's something that's unread in my events, but nothing is showing me in the events where it is. I've been to Times Square.
Relax here between battles and connect with friends. You've earned it. A grand opening sale at Van
It does say
Dyne's?
that I have some gifts
Can't
to
wait
accept,
summon
but I don't
some
know where those are.
fashionable prizes. Hey,
Do I have to go to Times Square?
New internet office building. What's our sweet now? Invite more friends.
What an
Rivals
Xmas
Day
tree.
is for everyone.
Okay. 3 units under the Christmas tree. Okay, I'm going.
Don't gotta tell me twice. Going in with my girl.
I'll go with Jeff.
Ah.
At your service.
120 units. Yes, please.
I got 100 units. You can open them up every 20 hours.
Sweet. You can eat a sandwich and get bigger. Hi, Aretha. I'm gonna step
Sure.
on you.
Oh my god.
Stepping on you.
I'm calling PETA.
Oh my goodness. This is cool.
Oh shit.
Your boy Logan is ready.
Oh!
In America. Not like Spider-Man.
Okay.
You are huge.
Ready for action. Like Spider-Man.
Oh, I wish I could skate around.
Over here.
Okay. Okay, how do we leave? We just leave?
I think so.
Okay. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Thank you.
What worked?
The events thing that said that I had
Oh.
that was it. Are you back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Da, 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 da. I think I need to get Dwayne a wheel for his driving game. Be way easier than mouse and keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm Luna Snow.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my my Twitch dashboard is broken.
The White Queen
like the cold.
always gets what she
30
wants.
seconds before you attack. Get ready. Ready to help me put the other team on ice mode?
Because at first it kept saying that I only had
Extra layer of clothing with me.
it said I only had 3 sub points and then 3 subs.
Well, let's
But
just say
I know, and I have it on good authority, that my mother subscribes to me at a tier 3. I know this because she keeps complaining about having to pay over $30 a month for for Twitch, but I won't let her downgrade it. So I happen to know that I do have 3 points, but it said I only had 3 subs and 3 sub points. So I'm like, that's not right.
Bogeys incoming.
need some help.
And then I thought it got fixed when Twitch donated 110 subs or 111.
They donated 111
Yeah,
subs?
yeah, they came in and gave me 111
For
subs today.
you.
I was like, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's coming for me.
Ah.
Some uninvited guests.
Oh my god, I'm almost dead.
Shall I throw a gala in our honor?
That scared me.
I was fine, but thank you.
Ah. Oh, she's on my side.
Shit, sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. I took her down with me. Oh, I mean, you got her right after, but
Never surrenders.
she was a smidgen. All you needed to do is side eye her, and she was going down.
Why are we way out here?
They look like they mean business. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Darn it.
Watch me
And one person died there. I was like, oh, I'm screwed.
Ah. Ah! Died.
You can't be rid of me so
Need some
easily, I'm
heals
afraid.
so bad.
You're mine.
I'm getting crushed.
What am I?
Okay, I got my
Judge, jury, executioner!
Ready?
Hold on, hold on.
It's the grand finale. We've almost got it.
Ah!
I will have my revenge for that.
No.
That was a good shot. He did. He took us out.
Mm-hmm.
Boo.
It's okay.
Boo earns.
We got this.
When mutants are in danger,
This is my
the
warm-up
White
match
Queen
anyways.
answers. Usually.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The fighters are fighting and the healers are healing. That's all that matters.
Such stealth. Excellent sparring partner. Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes. When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat. You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
It's like how Ruby Rose is just like throwing shields up.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I like it.
A shame my students aren't here to witness this lesson.
Tasha didn't want any stress but signing on to DVD. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, look who's here. I suppose that helps.
Ah! God damn it. Punisher came behind us. I did wait.
surrenders.
I just about made it there.
It might be me on Punisher.
Oh, you're I see you. I foresee you. What? Well, that's what you do.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
My revenge for that.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh, Ruby's bringing out the Jeff. Heals, bro. We're healing, bro.
A nice deep freeze.
Your mind is mine.
Ah!
They've almost got it.
Be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
I'm dying, bro. It's quick play, bro.
Yeah, it's quick play, bro. Do you even tank, bro?
Do you even tank? Do you even tank, bro?
We haven't done that in forever. Do you even tank, bro?
They don't even go here.
What it did was make me angrier.
That was funny. Well, I was gonna say GG's.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I'll still say GG. First match.
Yeah.
Look at you flying in first. Yeah, I don't think anybody really sees that. Thank you for redeeming your daily scale. Appreciate you.
Right.
Aw,
Ooh. I mean, I technically was here first, but no shit. I just didn't ready.
Yeah, technically.
Technically. Man, I wish our tank was tanking 3 and 7. I died. Listen, I was number 1 in all the murders. Okay.
I died the most.
Oh my god! I noticed that cute hat only now. Right? Yeah, exactly. I'm wearing my Christmas hat. See?
I don't know why somebody switched to healing. The Punisher went to healing. You just needed to be Punisher, man. Hi, Boxy! Merry Christmas! It's Christmas over by you. Merry Christmas!
We have open spots. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, you've seen how well we play, so no skill required.
Yeah. Listen, we're doing quick play. It is fun.
Yep.
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
No Grinches allowed, even on Christmas Eve. Nobody likes the Grinch. Just kidding, I love Grinch.
Grinch is awesome. I think he's just misunderstood.
Heck yeah, he is.
Alright. Seeing no takers? I guess we'll start. I'm want to try Rogue. I have no idea what she does, though. Not even the faintest idea.
Yeah. It's next to impossible to get to play the new characters. You gotta wait about like a couple weeks.
Yeah. For people to stop insta-locking.
Yeah.
How you doing, Boxy?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh. No one did it?
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
Ooh. Watch.
Can
I
I
was
do
gonna
it?
say you better confirm before somebody steals that. Ruby, you suck! No, I'm just kidding. I was just gonna do her this time. Nah, that you seem really good at that. I'll probably do worse.
Friends call me animal.
Team
You 30 seconds before you attack.
up deactivated. Okay.
I'm not really a teen guy. I've got more than enough voices.
It will be a Christmas miracle.
I heard you were an Avenger once. Yeah, but it didn't last long, and I burned my ID card. Forget the card, son. Just show us that man who carried it.
The battle
He's
starts in
spreading the
5,
cheer, eh?
4,
Mhm.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Anyone who makes the night a more dangerous place needs to be taken out. On your toes, here they come.
Cap, I cannot heal you all the way back there.
Why are we all the way back here?
Sorry.
This'll do mighty fine.
Yep, this is fine. Why am I healing? Oh no.
Oh, got someone.
Teresa,
Yeah?
you need to come back.
Don't.
I'm in like pure fire zone here. Thank you.
Hostile forces incoming.
I don't have to be such a pain.
How we kept you guys alive through that, I have no idea. But we did.
This was
Wait, who's shooting us? Oh.
It's okay. I did it. You need me. Supreme power.
Ooh.
That's 3 for me.
That one hurts.
Love this map.
Maximum pulse! By the eye of Agamotto!
How dare you?
I got you. I refuse. Oh my god, Aretha, how are you still alive?
I died.
Good medicine. By the fangs.
If the fight's still going, then so am I, sugar.
Someone's on point.
I suck.
Hey, get away from my healer. No.
Oh, I had her. She She did not touch me once. Kick their butts, Aretha.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm dying.
I outnumber you.
I'm made from stronger stuff than that. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ah! Who?
Better stop that vehicle.
Are we all dead?
Null's dark touch cannot be allowed to spread.
Yeah, I held it for as long as I could.
Bring on the
Oh shit! Ah, damn it! Someone's gotta take out the Iron Man from the sky.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
She's such a goofy walk. Is this how everyone runs? I just can't see it because of their long flowing clothes.
You stop them in their tracks.
The moon haunts you.
Nice deep freeze.
together to victory. Get in there.
There they are.
Leave them to Khonshu. Maximum pulse.
Ah! Oh, you son of a biscuit! You son of a biscuit!
Maximum pulse.
Got at least one more round in me.
Oh my god.
Your powers are mine.
The moon.
Seriously, someone's gotta take that Iron Man out of the sky.
Your powers are mine. Bring on the chaos.
Can I take him out of the sky?
Got at least one more round in me.
I'm trying, but
Forces incoming.
Better stop that vehicle.
The moon haunts you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ah!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Wait, did we just get a new person?
Still got a
Right?
lot left that's worth fighting for.
Yep. We now would have an Iron Man.
Iron Man, take the Iron Man out of the sky.
I still need you.
We need some Iron Man on Iron Man crime here. Oh shit.
I put the on
Render me assistance.
Leave them to
Stop them.
maximum.
Bish!
A nice deep freeze.
Together to victory. See an arc, destroy an arc.
You stop them in their tracks.
Stop them
By
in their
the
tracks.
eye of Agamotto.
Cap, get up. We need you.
I like the cold.
Pulse charge. Fire.
That's better. That can never be too helpful. And all.
We can do this.
Oh shit, I see her. I couldn't get down. And I couldn't find Iron Man.
A gift from conscience.
If the fight's still going, then so am I.
Okay, okay.
I am the light in the darkness.
At least I kept them busy in that little room.
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't let it move.
Your battle's over. You have my full support.
A nice deep
Leave them to
freeze.
Bring on the chaos. You're lucky.
Nothing like
Stop them in their tracks.
Your powers are mine! The moon haunts you!
30 seconds. I am ready to put on a show. I take everything! I like the cold. Well, that's better. Look up behind you. Charge! The final 10 seconds! Sweet. You got them all!
Holy smokes.
Only one
No.
to play with conscious toys.
My fingers
Another
hurt.
epic victory! Big wins!
Yes!
Ooh, look at that.
Oh. My fingers.
Oh shit.
See, that's how a match goes with me usually. The first one was a warm-up. My damage? What in the actual heck? Did you even heal, bro? Did you even heal, bro?
Oh.
I mean, their healers did freaking good too. I think our DPS was just, I don't know, on the ball or what? I don't know. The scores are pretty close.
Well, and we lost someone too. So, our Iron Man. I like how they put that new. It's a substitute player because yeah, our Iron Man left because we had what were they? A Spider-Man before?
I think so. I think so, yes.
I mean, she is pretty okay. I kept getting in the sky and then I couldn't figure out how to get down and then I figured it out. I figured it out.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Oh my god.
I have stuff to claim.
Ooh, so do I. Anyone else want to play? You're more than welcome to. I got nuts.
These nuts. Sorry. I'm gonna shut up now. Member exclusive. Oh, that costs money. Don't want to spend money. Sit back and pass.
My dad
gosh.
wants to buy me something for Christmas and I'm still trying to figure out what it is that I want. I have two ideas. One of them is
$1 million.
I want to get either Apple like ear pods, but like the ones that have like the little earbuds that you can change out. Because I have tiny ears.
Yeah.
So I need the ones with like with the earbuds because I need to be able to switch them out to the tiniest ones because yeah, my ears are small. Or I was telling my mom, actually, you know what I was looking at? Elgato, I think, has one. But basically it's a webcam, but it like moves with you. So if you do like live streams or like, you know, like events where you're like moving around, like if I'm doing cooking or something, I can use that one and then it like tracks you and moves with you.
Oh,
And it'll even like,
right, yeah.
and it'll even like spin around too. Like, so if I'm like, oh, like I went to the living room or whatever, like, you know what I mean? Like you put it somewhere and then it like, it just moves with you. I was like, maybe I'll get one of those. I'm still trying to decide.
Cool. Debuts January 16th, eh?
For what?
Deadpool.
A movie?
No. Character in Marvels. If you go to Heroes, it says it there. It says locked debuts January 16th. Did you find it?
No. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Right next to Daredevil.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I forgot Daredevil came in this game. Did they say what kind of character? Oh, he's gonna be a tank.
Another tank?
Hmm.
Cool. Cool.
Because yeah, if we have there's vanguards and there's like only like barely even 2 full rows, but if you go to duelists, you've got like 1, 2, 3, like 3, and then like 2 on the bottom one on the 4. So there are actually a lot of duelists. And then strategists, yeah, it doesn't even have 2 as well. To be honest, I don't know how Ultron works as a strategist because I don't know anyone who's ever been in Ultron and has ever like healed.
See, I tried Ultron, not my cup of tea at all. I am terrible with him.
Mm-hmm. It's because when they like, to me, that's what I really struggle with. The flyers. The flyers for me are just like so hard. I heal as Ultron. Well, like, how? I mean, how? Like, you know what I mean? Like, does his heal work as good as the other healers, though? Would you say?
No, not at all.
No?
You heal as Ultron, you see you're gifted, because I've tried Ultron and I find his healing is terrible. But that's because I don't know how to use him.
His more of a defense healer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I think, because even, like, even Jeff in the beginning, like, you could only heal, you couldn't injure. But now his little, like, stream of, like, water thing, like, injures as well, but doesn't heal as much.
Little stream of like water thing.
His little water thing? I don't know, he's basically spitting on you.
I have a clip of that where I'm asking Jeff to please spit on me.
That is true. That is true.
Story.
Alright, we ready? Does anyone else want to join? You're more than welcome. You just gotta let us know in between matches. And we shall go.
Let's do it.
You got it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Convoy?
Like how me and you both freaking make noises when we're just like, oh, la, da, da, da. Oh,
It's
man.
soothing. Who am I gonna be?
Are you healer only, Ruby? Because I can play DPS. Or tank, I guess.
I'm not a hero.
Ruby Row?
You hurt people.
Oh.
I hurt you.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Can you tank? If not, tell me.
How strange. I cannot see.
Why I play too many other games? Because I keep hitting shift. For running.
Mm-hmm.
So I keep using.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's do it.
Heavy weapons. I'm you off. Next time already. When I find whoever did this to the world, that will be that day for them. Got my own cover.
I needed to get out of that turret faster. They couldn't figure out.
You deserve that.
Extended
Oh my gosh.
deployment.
Oh my gosh, I got tag teamed. I got tag teamed. I didn't like that at all. I got tag teamed. Oh man, they're coming after healers big time. I got choked and then I got
Oh. I got murdered.
Now you do the same for me, Queen. Extended my deployment.
There's still a chance to stop them. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Our enemy has been spotted.
You made your last mistake. I'll patch you out. Still got an arrow. Fucking hurt.
All prey has been located. My soul shall avenge.
Better make this
I can
count.
see straight through you.
Heads up. Hostiles.
Ah! Not me, literally. I thought she was in front of us. I literally walked into her.
Double KO. They've made it halfway.
Not today.
Stop them. Another fearsome time to spread my.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy it! Damn it! Never falls!
Watch me.
Ah! I should have picked up that thing.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I got real quiet all of a sudden.
Because we're locked in.
I had to go with a healer that can move a little bit quicker and still heal while they move.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody I don't have to aim quite
Bogeys
with.
incoming.
'cause-
Judge! Jury! Executioner! Lights out for scum. I'm good to go.
No.
You're not getting them, sorry. I don't know why I didn't just waste it.
Double kill!
They ain't seen nothing yet. C'est moi. Ready to book.
C'est moi.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Shields up!
Patched up.
Oh. Son of a biscuit.
Disappear!
Back for another tour.
Better stop that vehicle!
I got stuck up here.
I did.
You're not doing very good.
I'm stuck. I need a heart. Oh, thanks.
This spot requires attention.
Why do I have a feeling she's in here?
I just came in here. Oh, there she is. Ah! Oh, she's almost dead. She's like a quarter.
How dare you waste my time?
I'll meet my family, but not today.
Watch me go!
Needed some help. Do not let them through.
For me.
Can't see your bet, Logan. Embrace it.
Ooh.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Make sure their path
You
ends.
stop them in their tracks!
Ah.
Don't give them that!
Oh my god.
I got you.
Yeah. Ugh. Jesus.
You stop them in their tracks!
Damn it!
Damn it, never fall!
Oh, hey.
Shields up!
I want that gun.
This is real firepower!
More amplifier.
Your weapons are inelegant, Frank.
Found me someone to fight.
Back up.
Gavin enjoyed that a little too
Down.
You shall not pass.
They shall not escape our wrath
You
now.
stop them in their tracks!
Heavy weapons. Nice. So long, turret. I'll take good care of the guns. By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh.
We must observe this location.
They shall not escape our wrath now. Bad choices have bad consequences.
Double kill!
Now.
I got your back.
Oh my god, a minute and 24 minutes? Like, Jesus.
24 minutes.
Observe this location.
Oh, a minute and 24 seconds.
You stop them in their tracks!
I know what you meant, but that's still funny.
Our enemy has been spotted.
All prey has been located.
What a curious place.
Only 60 seconds left.
Our enemy has been spotted.
Anyone willing to help? We need to disappear. Down to 30 seconds.
Battlefield ready again.
This place is worth a good look. Our goal is here. The final 10 seconds.
Enjoy the amplifier.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No! You ain't taking cheese!
We won that! Oh my god! I can't believe we won that. Wow, I was doing so terribly. I still did terribly, but still. GG team, love you.
Star-Lord sold? Who's Star-Lord?
Yeah, they're Star-Lord.
Oh.
4 and 13, but they did a lot of damage blocking, and they still had 6,000 damage.
Mm-hmm.
He was lagging. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Who cares? We all had fun.
It's quick
Oh,
play.
is TV Slade on?
TVO... T-Boss Slade? Is that it?
V-O-S-S-L-A-D. Yep, they're live.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, Master of Puns. Ooh.
Jump around. Jump up and get down. Hello. Hello, Puns. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Puns is a fellow crypty.
Ooh.
Please go give them a follow. They are super friendly, play a lot of really good games to watch. I believe you were playing Outlast Trial? Or no, Overwatch, sorry. So yeah, thank you. I'm Day. Daenerys dead. I play mostly horror, but today we're playing Marvel Rivals, because why not? I'm playing with my friend Simply Aretha, who is also streaming. Thank you for coming over. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all of the above. If you don't celebrate, have a great day. Oh, EAC was stinky, gross. Bleh.
I have to ask, Master of Puns, what is your best pun joke? And it better be very punny.
Not Aretha calling out for a pun. Goodness.
I do like a Gouda cheese pun.
That's good. That's Gouda.
Mm. We do have open spots if anyone wants to join.
Yeah. Come on, feel free. Oh, I need the premium. I have more stuff there.
Right?
Oh, also, if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Or evening. Or time zone. Time zone. We're just gonna go time zone. What else do I have? Yeah, time zone. See, I gotta remember that. Time zone. Just say time zone. Way easier.
Chronobium Die of Grandmaster. Okay. I'm so close. I'm on page 10 of the Battle Pass.
I have not started the battle pass yet because I want to buy the premium, but I can't right now. I have 7,000 chrono tokens right now.
Oh.
Ba-da-da. Bye, Ruby.
Bye, Ruby. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, anybody want to join? We got 4 spots now. Feel free to come on in. GG's.
GG's.
Oh, you were you Gambit? Right? I was in your stream. GG's. GG's.
GG's. Yay.
Oh. Why did my
What'd you do?
super laggy for a second.
Oh.
My marvels. Yeah, I don't know why everybody was harping on your other teammate there that was lagging, because, I mean, they had 6,000 damage and, like, 12,000 blocked. I think they did pretty good. Better than I did. Star-Lord, that's who they were harping on. They were doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, your one tank who was playing, the one you like, Aretha, that just does, like, the beam.
Oh, Emma.
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 That one should have changed, because that person just stood there, and I killed them, like, twice. Because they were just standing there, just moving in one direction, not moving, like, just walking.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is quick play, so it's like,
I know.
we're not in competition. Relax, it's fine. This is the time that you're gonna, this is the time that you're gonna try people that that you maybe haven't like used that often.
Yeah. Aretha, I want to win, okay? Quick play or not? I'm just kidding. I don't care.
We did win.
Yeah. I had my one MVP with 20,000 healing. I'm good. That's my one good match. I'm happy with that. GG's. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks for popping over.
Yes, GG's. And if anyone would like to come and join and play, you are more than welcome to. We do have open lobbies. The only thing we ask is please don't be overly toxic in the after chat, the game chat.
Welcome to the den. Appreciate you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we don't do toxicity in game chat. I mean, if somebody's harping you and you're just like, okay, bro, or whatever, like that's cool. Yeah, we don't call people names or down talk. We like chill. Just chill.
Yeah, I don't know. Life is just we don't need that shit.
Life is hard enough. We don't need to be going down on like getting mad at each other on a game.
Wow, were you
I know. Shut up. Don't go there. Don't go there. I did not say it. I caught myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to be talking down on people in a video.
I was gonna run to your stream and clip that so fast.
Before he was here, it would have already been clipped. Oh my gosh. They're hard. Words are very hard. Words are wording. I don't want to talk about it.
Alright. We ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
The Instalock. Ugh, domination? Again?
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
I'm gonna switch it up a little bit.
I'm waiting to see who our rando's gonna be, but... Because I can switch if I need to. Wow, Tasha's playing a lot of DVD tonight.
You hurt people. I hurt you.
Yeah. Oh, they're a healer. You're good.
Okay.
Mr. Chonky Boy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You kids should stay out of this.
It's our world too.
My people look forward to the afterlife.
The battle starts in 5.
Work,
4,
twerk.
3,
Okay.
2,
Ooh, slow.
1.
Sit up.
All you need to do is capture
Now
the
let's-
mission area. Got it? I prefer teams of 4.
Ooh, I don't get to spawn on this side very often.
They look like they mean business.
Battlefield ready again.
Looks like the mission area.
There's walls up. I can't get you.
Capture the mission area.
That's when I need healing. Always glad to help. On it.
Okay.
This is not
This ain't gonna
over.
work, dude. This is not gonna work. I gotta bring Luna out. Oh, they're rushing me. I need to be able to freeze them. And that's about all I need to do.
Here come the
I'm
bad guys.
hunkering down.
I suck.
Battlefield ready
Be
again.
your best self. Disappearing. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Need a tank to go in there.
Victory. Healing. I'm not done yet.
You owe me one.
Okay, let's go, Rogue.
They've almost got it. See them? Right there.
You dish it out. I can take it.
Never.
Never.
It's the grand finale.
I'm good to go.
Assemble!
Judge,
And then
jury,
keep
executioner!
fighting until we have the winner.
Oh, damn it. I got her afterwards. Or someone got her afterwards.
Oh, Shiza! Damn. Yeah, I'm not doing very good.
You know, so my, so after I raided you, I actually put your stream on our TV. So we were watching you play as we were cleaning, we were watching you play your trivia.
Oh, yeah.
And my mom looks at the screen and goes, "Who is that?" I'm like, "Oh, that's Miranda. You know, Miranda, who I always go to, Fragapalooza with." And she was like, "Oh, she looks like Kiara." I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah."
30 seconds
I'm like,
before you
"Okay."
attack. Get ready.
That's funny.
Hey, T'Challa.
Kiara?
Kiara's my niece. Who's yeah, Metrix J.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I only know her as Metrix.
Oh. Yeah, her name's Kiara.
That's funny.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Well, at least she picked somebody pretty.
2, 1.
For me to look like.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My heart hurts for my brother, but that will not stop me from defending Asgard.
Yeah, their Groot is taking me out a lot of times.
I suck. Taking it all. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Battlefield ready again.
The mission area is yours. I like the cold.
Oh man.
You've captured more than half of the
Tense
mission
up.
area.
So
Keep going.
tense. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. I just wasted my ult.
I'm not done yet.
No.
Control lost.
Judge, jury, executioner! Battlefield ready again. Lights out, let's go. Nice little boost. I am Groot! Enough smoke up.
Oh shit.
Control seized. The area's almost
Didn't mean to do that. Woo! Are you winning?
Armed and dangerous!
Ah. Damn it, Dag. I did.
Armed and dangerous!
I mean, we would be if you would come join us. Come on, Yi.
I'm not done yet.
It'll be fun. It's a great time. This one's for all the marbles.
I forgot we lost the first one.
I thought we lost this one, and I was like, oh, we won. Never mind.
See shades of gray.
Yeah, we pulled our shit together on that one.
Mm-hmm. And we're pretty even.
Get ready.
Yeah, we are.
This universe calls on me to protect it. And yet, you cannot forsake the people of your own kingdom. I understand that struggle all too well. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Perhaps the only thing heavier than my hammer, old friend.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Make way for the new Mrs. LeBeau. Ooh, I like the sound of that.
We are in the front. Prepare yourselves.
Not going anywhere.
Damn it, never fall!
That one hurts. Looks like the mission area is yours now.
Fast! Race us with victory!
You owe me one.
I am
Disappear!
Judge!
Ah! No! I died. I should have waited.
Disappear!
I should have looked at my health. My health was so low.
They captured the mission area! So cold. I like the cold. Need some help.
Battlefield ready again.
Take everything!
Damn it!
Getting stronger already.
Extended my deployment.
Never fall! I'm easy pickings. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Hits the ground.
Damn it!
Feeding Drogon. Where is everybody?
I am ready to put on a show.
I was trying to 1v1
I
Rogan.
re-upped.
She kicked my ass.
Ah. Oh. Feel targeted.
They've almost got it.
Trying to heal you, but you're running away.
Nice little boost.
Sorry.
A nice deep freeze. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Here's that sucker taking it all.
Ah!
Against the world.
This is not over. Heavy weapons. Damn it, never fall!
You and your gambit shit.
Damn it, I died.
Every time Gambit ulted on their Rogue, and then Rogue just choked the crap out of me.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Feel targeted. They didn't like me.
Wait, who is this?
Their other healer?
Oh. I was trying to get their healers in the back, but then as soon as they realized I was doing that, that's when they turned on me.
Holy Lord characters.
The other team? Oh god.
Yeah. No wonder they were.
Wait, was was the theme Lord characters? Because we could have switched if that was the theme.
I totally would. Bring us all into the memo.
If I knew the theme was Lord characters, I would have switched.
Yeah, I don't have a Lord. I only have one Lord, which is Luna.
Oh.
Invisible Woman is Captain. And then Luna's close. Where's Luna? There she is. Luna is Centurion, and I need 535 more points.
I thought your Lord character was Squirrel Girl, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh.
I only have one, and then these are what I don't have Lord in that I'm close to, which is basically Luna. If anybody would like to play, we have 4 available spots.
Yeah, Emma is Captain. Luna is Captain. Penny is Centurion. Punisher is Knight. And Wolverine is Knight. So yeah.
T. Elias is playing. Oh,
Elias!
Nightmare. Sorry.
Oh.
What
I was
did
just
you say?
shouting.
Sorry.
I was just shouting, Elias!
Yeah, Elias, where are you? I was gonna say, where's JR, but it's Fam Jam night.
Mmm.
Fam Jam. Where's your trucking going? Where's your trucking going?
Better if other people know how to drive.
Oh, it's everybody else that's bad drivers. See? That fits. Okay.
See.
Like, I have Invisible Woman close. Punisher, I think, is... He's only Knight. Isn't that crazy? I don't play him enough. This is why I hate lording characters, is because I just want to focus on that, and then I don't play anybody else.
I mean, I switch around a couple times, but yeah, no, I gotta
stop hyper-focusing on the lording thing.
Well, and that's
why
why
I end up with 6 of them.
Well, I didn't focus on them. I just realized that these are the ones that are closest, and then I just focused on them a little bit. But yeah, no, I kind of still like play around. But yeah, because I used to play Thor a lot. I actually started with Wolverine, and then now when I try Wolverine, I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Especially when I've seen people playing them and he's really good at like tackling you and like throwing you off the map. And I'm like, I just miss and jump off the map.
I mean, that happens.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I should look what my missions are. Ooh. Okay, this one says KO 250 zombies in Marvel Zombies mode. Survive 40 waves of zombies mode. Defeat 8 bosses in Marvel. Wow, how many Marvels? These are my weekly missions?
Are you on Marvel Zombie missions?
No, it just says my weekly missions. These are weekly missions. But they're all Marvel Zombie.
Oh.
Oh, complete 12 matches in Jeff's Winter Splash Festival. What's that?
I mean, I'd go over to zombies if you want to do zombies again.
Sure, you want to do zombies?
Don't matter to me.
Let's do zombies.
I like zombies.
Which level do you want to do?
Oh, don't matter to me. Whichever you want.
I'm still trying to do 3. Wait, how is it? Have you played with Punisher? Some people I played Punisher with, and they're able to put their turret like next to them and not be in it. What is that?
Yeah, so that's your which one is it? It is so that one's E.
I know,
so
but
if you go to prepare,
hold on.
Deploy a turret that automatically locks onto and attacks enemies in range. You're not sitting in those at all.
Oh, wait. So, okay, so now I have to press E and do this one. Destroy turret that automatically locks onto and attacks enemies in range. That one?
Yeah. But I don't know if...
Or is it shielded sentry? Turrets are protected by shield.
Sentry, I don't know if you're sitting in that one or not. I don't think you are.
Deploy turret that automatically locks onto and attacks enemies in range. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Oh my god. Vintage connection. The zipline will automatically attract enemies, and enemy touching will automatically pulled into the endpoint. Gain a speed boost and collision immunity after the zipline. I didn't know you could... Oh my god. I did not know you could click on them and change them.
Oh, that's like a whole new thing for you now.
Mm-hmm. This is probably why I was having such an issue. Okay, Gatling bullet piercer enemies. Punisher gains damage reduction and enhanced lifesteal during effect. Oh, okay. Shoulder-mounted missile fires faster and larger explosion range and grant damage reduction plus enhanced lifesteal. Okay, I'm gonna do that one. Oh, it's on now. Okay. All right, you ready? Let's get dangerous.
I like playing Blade in this one. It's my go-to.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission. Time to make the undead dead again.
Are you ready?
Hell yeah. Do not succumb to the chaos.
Do it, got this. I'm stuck in the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. I like how I just see you zip across my screen.
Whee!
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Oh my god. I did not even know that was a thing.
What?
That the chart thing. I'm like, oh my god. And it attracts them to it. So they've been like running over to that.
Yep. It is like the best.
Oh my god. I didn't realize that was, oh shit.
Oh my god, Becky.
Look at her
butt.
back.
It is so
Life
big.
must prevail over death. Inspector's name.
Guys. How many green guys?
Trying to get him. Ow.
That made me fly into the air. That was cool.
They, one of them hit me and it just ended up moving me out of the way. Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry. This game, you can't, like, it's hard to take your eyes off the screen.
I literally, I was literally playing this mode when Twitch came in and gave me the gift subs, and I was like, wait, oh my god, what just happened?
You called my butt big. It
Oh.
is, in fact, fat. Baby got fat. Or as us country folks say, honky tonk the donk donk.
But the war is far from over.
No, I need that one. I shouldn't. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have did this one. It's okay.
Save it for the next one.
I'll save it for the next one.
You there?
Do
Oh.
not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Floaty, guys. Whoa! This is a lot. This is a lot.
I'm trying to get the green. I'm trying to get the green. Stop attacking me.
Oh my gosh. How I'm alive, I have no idea. I was surrounded by nothing but green.
Listen, stop throwing things at people. It's not nice.
Yeah, why can't we just be friends?
Why can't we be friends? What?
One in.
Would you stop? Ma'am. Ma'am. No. Ah!
There's a lot.
Out of sight.
I can't get out of here. Ah! No! Don't die! Don't die!
They ain't seen nothing yet.
Shit, you might now. I bounced in the air like 3 times. Oh my god, I'm still going. Listen, Linda.
Repeat your success.
Just didn't want to. Just wanted to do my fair share. Hi, Bori.
Bori? There's a wild Bori? Bori! Hi, Bori.
Ooh, thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket.
Scale.
Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead.
Cute snowman.
Vengeance in Spectre's
Oh, that was dumb. Oh, I'm so dead here. How am I not dead? This I would like to know. Yeah. Marbley bush. There. Ow.
Ow! Man.
Oh my gosh!
Woo! Hold on.
Big boy.
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Oh my god. I'm like, I think I figured out, now that I figured that out, I might actually be able to win this round now. Ugh.
Did you hear Dwayne?
What? No?
He's like, fuck yeah! Back the truck up. That was funny. My goodness. Never seen so many squids in one spot.
Bogies incoming.
Oh shit. Oh shit. No! 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 You can't see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Judge, jury, executioner! Hostiles up front.
Oh my good gravy, Bori. I was not looking at the screen at all. It scared me. Down we go. No, 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 no. How are you doing over there?
I was shooting shite.
Oh, I can see your bullets whizzing past me. He's the Onk. How come I haven't seen the Onk one yet? I needed to spawn an Onk.
Okay. Let's go.
Life must prevail over death. Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Oh, now we fast. We fast as fuck, boy.
Judge, jury, executioner! Smoke screen.
Okay.
guys.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Gonna try.
Oh, I'm on level 2 on that one.
That's 0.
It's the final countdown. Oh, sorry, you're waiting for me.
That's okay.
You got that song stuck in my head.
You are of no use to be dead.
There, Bori's doing it too. Yay! Oh, there's a lot of green guys.
Why is it fast? Oh, I got murdered. I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave.
A lot of green guys though.
Oh my god.
Trying to get
I can't.
away from there. Come to me, my freaking.
They ain't
Oh.
seen soon arrive.
Can't see straight. Ah, right there. Chance to generate an onk.
How are you doing, Bori? Have any special plans for tomorrow? For this week?
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
I lost where I was there for a second. That's why I like the onk, because it's gonna pull all those guys into one spot and then they're easier to kill. Why do we have some that are climbing?
A champion has fallen.
I don't know.
Vanya's climbing.
Maybe? I was trying. They also do that thing where
Alas, a champion
they wouldn't leave me alone.
Extended my deployment.
from
Wow.
over.
What's your plans for you? You said you had special plans.
Maximum health. No way.
Oh, you're right. Okay, my bad.
Oh.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Creepy crawlers.
There is no time to rest.
Okay.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
No! Change the palette spread pattern of deliverance. Increase horizontal spread while reducing vertical spread. Sure, why not?
I need that. Save it for next time.
Let's go!
My eyeballs don't know what they see anymore.
Life must prevail over death.
Oh, Jesus. Ow. I'm like, who hit me? I'm like, who hit me right away?
Alas, a champion has fallen.
Jesus. Oh, they can't go up there. Okay. Good question. I died.
Yeah, that part is really hard to get through because it injures you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Extended my judge, jury, executioner.
Like, I was taking my health points, but it's like, I can't... Yeah, because you're at like 6,000 health. I'm like 3 something.
Oh yeah,
And I,
you definitely need to.
and I've been getting the health ones, but it's not enough.
So that you take the damage you do give yourself. There's cards like that.
Hmm. Like, I can't even, like, hide. See, I think it's only when I do my headshots that I get health, but I'm not getting enough health.
Shit. Woo, I almost died. Why did I go flying in the air? That was weird. I'm still spinning.
Okay. Convert 5% dealt damage into self-healing. That was the card that I wanted. Deliver in single round damage plus 50%. I'm going to take the healing ones, even if it's like a small.
There should also be some damage received.
Mm-hmm.
It was into like minus 2.5% or something.
Mm-hmm.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
Now I'm getting set up. I have Moonblades and the Hand of Khonshu and Fox.
Oh, wow. I'm like, who's still alive?
You fought well, but the war
Okay.
is far from over.
Made short work of that.
Damage dealt plus 16. Max health. Max health. Health restored while out combat. Okay. Woo!
Hands out, shots of ice cream. Ooh! Cheers, Ori. If I had something to drink, I'd cheers ya.
If I wasn't afraid to drink, I'd cheers you.
Oh, yeah.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Jesus. Would you leave me alone? Ma'am. Jesus. Ah.
Impressive. But can you
got you,
repeat
boo.
your success?
Thanks. I'm like, I
Keep
don't.
running, and I was like, oh shit.
I was like, just trying to get away. Oh, I should take this one. Fudgesicles! I also have rum and rye if you prefer.
Ooh, yum.
I like Blue Moon beer, actually.
I've never tried it.
It's an American one. It's very light. And oh, and it also it's from Belgium, and it also has like a citrusy taste because it's made from like orange peels. Has orange peels in it. Is it actually Canadian? No, I think Blue Moon, I think, is Belgian. I'm pretty sure. It said right on the can. Unless there's another one that I'm picking up. Hi, damsel. Oh, shit.
Hi, damsel.
Former social media lead for Molson Coors. Trust me, it's Canadian. I'm trying to get rid of all the green guys. That's what I don't need. Huh?
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
Good.
My goodness. It's marked in the USA as Blue Moon, but Belgian.
must succumb to the chaos. Vengeance.
They had trademark on the word blue? I died.
How'd you die? I'm trying to stay awake. Stay alive.
Where did all those guys come from?
I don't know, but they took me out. One of them exploded next to me.
This is not over. I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Ooh. Okay, I'm almost at 5,000 health because I need something because I need to
7,900.
I need to not die so fast.
Fight harder. You are of no use.
Are you ready?
Oh shit. Ah! Wow, she was like on me.
Extending my
Yeah. I couldn't even get out of there.
I got
I'm not done yet.
No. Oh no. Oh shit. Ugh. Okay, he's done. It's just her.
They ain't seen nothing.
Oh.
Triumph! The world is cleansed once more.
Victory! Wait, did we get to keep any of the cards that we had?
No. Like, it restarts every round.
You're playing with us, Peter.
Oh, I got enough vote. They like me. They really like me.
play? You're more than welcome to. Oh my god, I could not believe. Oh, gallery.
Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
I get so many drops from watching YouTube play marbles never once played.
You're welcome.
Wait, what's in the gallery now? This one? No. This one?
What can I say except you're welcome? Dwayne loves that song. He actually doesn't. He hates it.
Ah.
He doesn't think Dwayne Johnson should be singing. I mean, to each their own. I always play it just to bug him, especially if we're in a car ride, because then he can't just walk away. Sit through it.
I should
have
have
watched that movie? That's a good movie.
No, so I'm guessing if you didn't watch 1, you obviously didn't watch 2?
I haven't watched 2 either.
I don't think I've watched 2 either, actually.
Correct. Correctamundo. So I might as well spend some of these.
Oh. It's like one of those things where you just need a break after, you know?
My eyeballs hurt from watching blades knives go round and round.
Right?
Wait.
Oh.
It won't let me purchase a whole page unless I buy the battle pass.
Oh. Rude.
Road. Super road. I do like playing Thing, but he's not somebody I think I could stream and play at the same time because I move around way too much. I would probably make everybody puke. Because I'm all over the place with him.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a pretty story. And that's it. That starts in 1 minute. 1 minute.
What starts in 1 minute?
Ad.
Oh.
Yeah, I do the 3 minute every hour.
Yeah.
Stop pre-rolls.
Me too. Because the 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds basically, every 30 minutes, I'm like, it just feels like a ad's going off too many times.
Yeah. Well, and then if I'm playing a game I can pause, then I just wait.
Mm-hmm. Doo-doo.
Did I pull you in there too, or did I just pull myself?
Who? Where?
Oh no, I went to practice range.
Oh.
I just want to see what Rogue is like.
Okay. Ooh, I should actually check to see if I did my missions. Oh.
Wow, there's a lot of buttons to push.
Yeah.
Why is there so many buttons?
There sure were.
That's a lot.
Survive 40 waves of Marvel something. Okay. Defeat 8 bosses in Marvel's zone. Okay. Technically we did... Oh. We did 3? Oh yeah. Guess we did 1.
She's pretty cool, actually. It's just way too many buttons for me.
I think you get used to it after a while, because after a while it just felt like second nature. And then again, most of the times I feel like I was just like hitting buttons and waiting for something to go off.
Jeez. Wow. Yeah, she could definitely cause some damage. That's crazy.
I think these are the moments where it's like, this is what she's at now, and they'll probably nerf her eventually. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready for the next one? Final countdown.
I was just gonna do that. Get out of my brain, woman.
Okay.
I was literally just about to do that.
I mean, we might die, but you know what? We'll die trying.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I was made for this mission.
Do 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 do.
Oh look, I got an iron.
Ooh. Now, some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Oh, I like it. That was awesome. Donk right off the get-go. Yeah, hells yeah. Not getting any other good ones though. Why is it that I can't think of what that's from, Bori? You're gonna have to tell me. Oh, that's right, Lord Farquaad. Thank you. I was having a brain fart. Wow, I didn't any good ones here.
The hunt is on.
The hunt is on.
Yeah, my health is already at 3130. See, I started out so low. That's why I'm like, are we sure?
I'm up to 6,000.
How come it starts out so high?
Maybe because I'm more of like a up close where you get to hit from far away.
Oh, very true. I'm squishy.
See, this is what I needed at the start of our first
Yeah, because even my turrets, like, I'm able to put them down, and then, like, you know, they also go after them as well.
There is no time to rest. More undead warriors
I
will
was like,
soon
what happened?
arrive. Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Vengeance in Spectre's name!
weird when you start another round though, because now it feels like I'm going to be too slow. Teresa just runs by me and brings all these guys here and I see how you feel.
I just run in circles, doing my best.
But not today.
Not good enough.
My mom said I did well.
This is not over. Impressive. But
Hi,
can you repeat
Mosilia.
your success? Do not succumb to the chaos.
Merry Christmas!
This is not over.
Right? Oh my god, I couldn't even run away.
But not today.
Oh my god, Bori, thank you. Yay! Much appreciated. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Ah. Jesus. Jesus. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ooh, Merry Christmas. Where are you, Christmas? I said nothing. I said nothing.
Life must prevail over death.
Wow, you guys come running out.
Right?
Nice little boost.
I don't know. Everybody calls you Snow. I just say Penguin. What do you like better? Fair? Merry Christmas. Well, soon. Merry Christmas Eve. How are you? Whichever. Young Dad!
Why is it? Why am I always dying? Just got home from work? Ooh. Oh, shit.
Nice little boost.
Oh, yeah. Is it snowing there? Hi, guys.
Merry Christmas. I hope you feel better.
Yes, Mom Journey, and try to enjoy your day tomorrow. If I don't see you, Merry Christmas. Hope Santa gives you lots of coal. Just kidding.
Nice little boost.
20 centimeters, yeah. Before I started streaming, we already had like 3 inches of and it was still snowing, so I have a feeling it's going to be snow clearing day tomorrow. Which I can't do a lot of.
Oh, my lower back is just killing me from clearing the snow today before I stream. I was like, yeah, I'm done.
The war is far from over.
Yeah, sometimes sleeping hurts my back. So it's like, yep, nope, I'm out. Oh, those are cute.
Ooh.
How have you been, young dad? I haven't seen you in forever. Cats need food. I can hear them digging in the food dish. Never mind, that was Dwayne also digging in the food dish. My antlers are falling off.
Oh yeah, it's the 25th.
Yes, it
Yay!
does, Corey. Pours another Irish cream. There you go. Be festive. Oh, I should have had a spiced rum and eggnog tonight. What was I thinking?
I mean,
Cheers.
I could get eggnog. We could do a cheers.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Shared hype train success.
Ooh, what did we get? Ooh. I can offer you Kraken and eggnog? What's Kraken and eggnog?
Wash our foes away.
Oh. I did not know that.
I've had Kraken before. It's pretty good.
Alas, a champion has
No!
What? How did I die?
Alas, a champion has
I died.
Rise, my fist of
I grabbed a big bottle
battle has overtaken.
selling existing U.S. liquor stock with the proceeds going to local charities. Ooh.
I re-upped.
I was not paying attention.
Heads up, hostiles. Wash our foes away. Medicines over here. Wash our foes away. Medicines over here. Cleanse this place.
Holy.
Wash our foes away.
Ah! Oh shit, I didn't realize they were behind me still.
Why aren't you letting me out?
Oh, Jesus. I died.
Yeah, I don't know if they did that here. Sold off all the American.
I honestly don't think they would have, because we also didn't do the thing where it's like, we're not having any American liquor, because I don't think we did that either.
Holy smokes, why is this guy taking so long to drop? Holy, this is the game.
Right?
Bogeys incoming. Wash our foes away.
I'm getting really tired of you flinging me in there. I did it again. You son of a bitch.
Ah! No, I gotta be out of...
A champion has fallen.
Get on me, Jeff. Exactly.
Slice and dice. But not today. Heads up, hostiles.
Should just be saying, I got your toes. I got your toes. Because that's all I'm seeing.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
No.
Great, sweetie.
I'm dead.
A champion has fallen.
The internet is forever, right?
Back for another tour. Judge, jury, executioner! Bogey's incoming. Alas, a champion. Alas,
Oh, shoot.
a champion has rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
It's only just begun.
Extended my deployment.
Gotta get the green ones. Oh, they almost got me on that one. Oh my god!
Eternal as I.
This hard.
How hard was that? Very hard, actually.
Yeah.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Inspector's name.
Oh no, now I gotta take off.
How you doing, damsel?
Alas, a champion has fallen.
He fucked me up.
Card be good? Oh, that's good. Good, good. Good, good. Twitch came in and gave me gifted me 111 subs. It was a great day. Had a level 12 hype train. I've never had one of those. It was really cool. I'm running. Oh shit, I was trying to run away. Did y'all get all the wrapping done? Oh, we did. Yes.
Alas, a champion has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun.
Extended my deployment.
No! How dare you? That was my turret. Oh! I didn't even run. It was... I was like, they're all gone.
This is not over.
Apparently.
Vengeance in Spectre's name. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Oh.
Alas,
I couldn't even get out.
has fallen.
Are you almost?
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
How do we get more of those revive things? Because I used all mine.
But you have to. I think it's in the prepare tab, I think. No. Wait. I have no idea. Oh, Khonshu's blessings. No. That's not it. Don't listen to me. Oh, click on the Holy Onks on the top right. When you're in the prepare window. Yeah, in the top right you'll see the Onks, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the revive.
Oh, okay. And we can use our blue points. Ooh.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I even vacuumed all my floors and oh, you can only have 10? Yes? Oh.
I think so.
Never mind. It says I have 100. Wait. Those ones? Holy Onks.
Dun, 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 dun.
Survive 40 waves. Oh, I guess we only did so many. Defeat 8 bosses and zombies. Oh, okay. We defeated
if you're
one.
wanting to do that, I'd probably go back down to Nightmare 3.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare 4 were, yeah. I do have 8 revives left, but I don't want to spend it on my blue stuff.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go back to 3 because it's not like I need 4 because I already have Queenslayer. Okay. Before we start, does anyone want to join us? You're more than welcome to.
Ooh, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Wait. Are you gonna go get eggnog? Did she leave? Ah, she's gone. She's gone. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink too. I'll be right back.
I'm back.
I was saying, where are you gonna get eggnog? Oh. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna go drink too. I'll be right back.
Welcome back. Yeah. And normally, isn't it Wednesday afternoons when, like, the big update, or is that Tuesdays? I can't remember.
Tuesdays.
Is it Tuesdays?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Usually it's Tuesdays. It's been Tuesdays for a long time. Look, I got some eggnog. Cheers! There's no alcohol in it, though. It's just eggnog. I got a small little one because there's a lot of dairy. I got some ginger cookies. Oh shit. My hat is on the wrong side.
Oh my god. We did so much baking last weekend.
Mm.
I am gonna be so fat.
What did you make?
I did caramel popcorn twists and what else did I do? Why am I having a hard time thinking about what I made?
Good question.
Oh, and spinach dip. That's what I made.
They
made ginger cookies, Rice Krispie squares, popcorn, marshmallow, jujube, M&M square thingies, sugar cookies, butter tarts, and like the colorful marshmallows with like a peanut butter stuff on it.
I love those. They're like peanut butter squares, basically.
Yeah.
I love those.
I don't.
Oh.
I, in fact, do not.
So, I made mine with caramel chocolate chips. And my friend did chocolate and something. And she's like, this is the way my mom makes it, and hers is the best. I'm like, fine. I think mine's gonna be the best. So we had her son do a blind taste test, and he said mine was better.
Oh, no. Oops.
I was like,
yeah, that kind of backfired.
And to be honest, it wasn't even like it wasn't even oh, I found this recipe and I'm gonna do this recipe. I grabbed the wrong bag. I'm like, it should work.
You didn't tell them that, did you?
Oh, we went into it knowing that because she was the one who gave me the recipe and I was the one who grabbed the wrong ingredients.
Unfair advantage, unfair advantage.
It was a happy accident. So no takers? No one wants to join us?
I don't think so. I didn't even go on a BRB screen. We were just chillaxing, chatting. Nobody joined. We have no friends. It's just you and I. No, I'm just kidding. Oh.
You and me need look no more. We both found what we were looking for.
Oh, you're funny.
All right, let's go. Let's kill these zombies, and we're going back to 3. I think 3 is when I started dying, so maybe I need to be in 3 until I don't die no more.
My earballs.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I soloed Nightmare 4 with Blade, but there's more zombies with more people, and it just gets crazy.
All the carnage, none of the guilt.
See, I just want like more health.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Nope.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Deedly dee. There they are, standing in a row. Bom, bom, bom. Big one, small one, some as big as your head.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Wow, why are you so fast? Jesus, slow down.
Never! Coming.
Ah! I'm running away.
Got you, Boo. Yeah, see, they're stuck on your zip line.
That's good.
Oh, I never had to do this one. Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa!
Maybe as eternal as I.
Ooh, did you finish watching the Welcome to Derry series?
No, I saw the last episode.
Mm.
I don't want it to be over, so I haven't watched it yet.
Maybe
I'll watch it tomorrow.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Shimmy, Jimmy. Oh.
Ah.
Nice little boost.
Ma'am, can we just calm your tits down for 1 second?
Got your panties in a twist.
Oh, Jesus.
You get cold. You get cold.
You pressing, but can repeat your success.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to get out.
You meant to get out.
I meant to get, like, I didn't want to spend my points. I wanted to leave the window.
Life must prevail over death.
Bam.
Swing, swing, swing. Oh, there's a lot of good guys.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
There was green stuff everywhere.
I took them all out and you still died. What the heck?
It's because the green stuff was on the ground.
You're not supposed to stand in it.
I couldn't leave. It was all around me.
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
I know. I thought it shot him for like ever, and I was like, "Jeez, he's still here." Okay. Died once.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
Oh, they're coming in hot. Come at me, bro. Do you even DPS, bro? Ah!
Man.
That was a weird play. Look, a lot of blowing up, guys. Shaila. Natushi was almost on fire.
More undead warriors will soon arrive.
He tried. You tried it.
You almost blew up my butt. How dare you? How dare you? Whip.
Okay, I need all
I
of
want to watch lead movies. I tried to watch them on Creep, but they're all in French, and I don't like. I like watching movies to listen, to not read subtitles.
So I was talking to somebody, and what happened was, because we have obviously our videos can sometimes be in French or English. Someone uploaded it to both. They just uploaded the video when it's supposed to be French version, Canadian version, or English version. And they didn't do that properly. I died! Because it will say it's in English, but it's not English, and it's in French.
Yeah.
So.
That's what that was. I tried to watch Blade, and I'm like, sweet, it's in English, and then I'm like, wait, this is not English.
Right? It's a skill issue.
Sometimes I just watch movies to have them as background noise. I've watched those movies so many times, I really don't need to know, like, scene to scene. So I'm like, nah, I can't do that with subtitles.
Right? Unless you're trying to learn French.
I heard Mom pop her head off the bed. I just heard her stopping. Oh, I love that. You are so good to your mom.
Don't put me in the ground. I'm just a baby. Oh shit, wrong button. green stuff.
I love it.
Help me out, turd buddy. I need you.
Out of sight.
I am completely slouched in my chair, and I am going to be very sore when I go to sit up.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Can I? I don't know.
I need my spinny spinny. I don't have my spinny spinny.
My turret's still in here.
That's a well-placed turret.
Right?
Life must prevail over death.
How dare you? How dare you?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea what's going on. That was weird.
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
Ooh.
I gotta do a freaking redeem for people to tell me to stop slouching. I should just record myself yelling at myself.
Do you have one that's like check posture or something? A posture check?
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Hey, that works too. I like that. Walking around Kingsway Mall with my brother. There was a Santa walking around, so we were like, I know him. I screamed it so loud, and my sister-in-law looked at me like, oh my god, I don't know this person. It was so fun. Like, I don't care. I'll embarrass myself over it. I don't.
You sit on a throne of lies.
I love that. Yeah, that was so fun.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Jesus. I'm trying to get up here and they won't even let me. Ah, damn it, I'm gonna die, they keep knocking me off my thing when I'm trying to run away. Oh Jesus, where'd you come from? Jesus, get off me!
Wow, that's crazy word. Got you.
Settle down, people! Settle down!
Not enough of me to go around.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
They're spooky.
Life must prevail over death.
Wrong button.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Snap, snap.
Damn, these creepy crawlies! Do you mind? Oh, fuck.
All patched up.
I don't think they do.
Just put that down there. Jeez. Murphy, where is you?
Impressive. But
Where
can
is you?
repeat your success?
What are you waiting for, huh? I need my spinny to be faster.
We got this.
The queen of the dam.
Regret choosing you for this mission.
Hostiles! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I died. Mine too. Mine too.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Woo. Okay, my health is already at 5,000, so I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Yay!
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Welcome back from the ad.
Oh, that's free. Oh, shit.
Smoke screen.
Like how I just come in and clean house. Blade is way powerful.
No time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Such a difference depending on what cards you get, because I have 156 red cards, so I'm now level 3.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
I don't need to hit them much to kill them.
I was taking so much health that I just needed to, like... Oh my god. And they always can knock me off the thing, so I have to be able to leave fast enough so they can still get away.
Oh, I glitched. Oh no, I'm glitching.
Four. Ah.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Wow.
Yes.
Why do I keep getting that one? That is so dumb to get. Why did I do that? My KOs don't even stop counting until after we've already started the next round.
I just want to get the green guys before they fall because Jesus. Ah, I died.
Except for the big horde that was behind us. Holy shit.
I was too busy shooting at those ones, and then I was like, oh, here. Oh. Nice of you to drop by. Jesus.
There is no time to rest. More undead warriors
You're
will
telling
soon
me.
arrive.
I'm just trying to get health and damage at this point. Thank you.
The KOs are still counting down. 4,080?
Ooh. Wait, how did you said you were level 3? What does level 3 mean?
Yeah, the red cards. Like, if you look at
Oh,
your
okay, okay, okay. Okay. I'm at.
depending
I'm level
on how
2.
you stacked your character, you want to get all those cards first. Like that colored card.
That's good to know. So I don't need any blue because I don't have any red. I mean, mine is all red.
What do you stack? Like, how did you like level up your character and compare it? Red or blue?
Red.
Okay, so you focus on red, and once you've leveled up, you can start getting some of the perks from the other ones.
Impressive.
'Cause that's where my
But can you
blade
repeat
things are
your
from, is the blue
success?
ones. So it still does help you. You just want to go with how you leveled them first. Like, I have 205 purple cards, 180 red, and 62 blue.
See, and it's always the purple ones. I find they're the ones that do like the. I usually like the purple ones.
Yeah, so purple and red is what you want to focus on, and then when you get like those leveled up quite a bit, then you start going for the blue.
Yeah, because my purple is at 338 cards. But I don't have a level on it though.
Succumb to the chaos.
Doesn't have a little number 3 or 1?
No. Oh shit, nope. It has nothing. Oh, we did. Okay.
It's the small number next to it.
Yeah, there's no number next to it. Because the other two have one. Like the red one has a 3. Yeah. Oh, yours doesn't have one either, right?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about the red.
No, 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 no. The red one is good.
What is going on here?
Couldn't get out.
See how far I was hitting? I was on foot the whole time. I was over here.
Heads up, hostiles.
Triumph! The world is
See,
cleansed
now if I
once
can set
more.
up like that on Nightmare 4, it would be no problem. $155.1 million. $1 million.
Ooh. Yeah, because I have a... maybe I should try changing my thingy. The turret. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can change the turret and see if that helps a little bit different. Because I wasn't too sure. So yeah, all my points, all my traits are in the red one. Because I don't... The other one is the short one. Right? The shotgun?
skin is pretty cool.
See that?
Ugh. I still have 20 some odd days. Is there... What is this? That's a really cool freaking skin.
Which one?
Except I don't play Iron Fist.
Hmm.
Oh, I do like this Captain America one though, and I do play him sometimes. How many days do I have left on this one? 22 as well. This one only have freaking 7 days.
Gone. And already
Well,
forgotten.
I'm doing what I said I wasn't gonna do.
Buying the skin? Or getting the premium?
Not on the battle pass yet. I'm buying all the other ones. Like the Jeff, vending machine thingy?
Hmm.
Because why not?
Listen, what is the point of having decisions if you can't make bad ones, you know?
That's true. Fine point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In vending machine. Oh, I must have already. No. I'm kidding. Jeff is so cute.
Jeff is the best. I love him.
I want this squirrel girl skin. This one. It's so pretty. Next Christmas, I should cosplay as Squirrel Girl. This.
You should, you should.
I do have a sewing machine I want to learn to use.
Mm. Have you ever?
What we should do if we go to Edmonton Expo next year is we should do Marvel characters.
Mm. Now, have you ever used a sewing machine?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay.
I have a fear that I'm going to do what the Grinch does and sew across all of my fingers. Not sure why.
I mean, it is theoretically quite hard. But I'm sure someone's done it. All right. I need one more boss and 4 more waves of Marvel zombies. I think I got this.
I need the same. Obviously. I'm not. Yep. Nope. Words are hard.
Ah.
I need the same. Gosh.
I mean, I want to get past level 3 without dying. That'd be great.
You got this. I believe in you.
I was so close, though. I stopped dying eventually.
Hi, Willow. Are you coming to look at my antlers? Kitty kitty.
Are you ready?
Yep. Whenever you are.
Let's do this.
That's what happens when you make me sit here is I spend money that I don't have.
You
your
have
fault.
one
I'm blaming
task,
you.
my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her.
Merry Christmas!
But the path will be
Yeah.
fraught with
Merry
peril.
Christmas to me.
I was made for this mission. Time to make the undead dead again.
Let's
Didn't get onks this time.
Aw.
The hunt is on.
Hunt is on.
Need some ranged firepower.
Oh, I am in it. No!
Oh, maybe.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead.
There's a zombie. Oh, we're all gonna use it. Nope, here's one.
Ow, Jesus.
Nice little boost.
Dive, dip, duck. No, dive. Dive, duck, dip, dodge, and dive? No.
Nice little boost.
Can't remember the order. Corey's got it. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Corey.
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
I need onk. Give me onk. Whee. I remember when I first played this with you and you weren't even buying cards.
Do not succumb to the
I was
chaos.
like,
No!
Aretha, you have like $80 in there. Buy cards.
So long, turret.
Get away from me!
Okay, mostly all of them I think are looking at me. What? You can get up there?
Yeah? with my little zip line. Because they do run, so sometimes they'll run back in the building and then they run up the stairs. Yeah, so they will follow me. Woo!
We're missing 2.
Where are they? They might be in the building. Oh, there. Yep, they're there. See? They were coming in the building.
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors
I did not know that.
arrive.
That's why sometimes I can go up there and I can hide from them, but then sometimes I gotta, like, I gotta move. Because I'll be up there, and then all of a sudden they'll all come rush me from the side, and I'm like, ah! Oh, I like the other one. It's supposed to give me a shield, but it doesn't really give me a shield that great.
Life must prevail over death.
Zombies are in trouble now.
It does give me some time, though, because they do have to run through the building. And they don't always do it, like, very fast.
Arts major, don't know enough about anything to get a job, but know enough about everything else to annoy the heck out of my friends. I didn't look at the screen the entire time I read that message, and I'm still alive for some reason.
Heavy weapons. I love.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
No.
I need some more red cards.
Vengeance does not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Man, I love those ongs. They just pull them back into one area all the time.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Not getting a whole lot of red cards. Mostly blue and purple. That just doesn't work for me.
And it's my little turd, buddy.
Life must prevail over death.
Slowed me down.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
I was trying to get out of that area.
Heads up, hostiles! Smoke screen! Can't hold me forever. Medicines over here. Hostiles up front!
Damn it! Keeps knocking me down. Can he even hit you up there with his little thingy?
Yeah, because they go through the floor. Well, no. With the whales, no.
Oh. Jeez, I only made it up to level 2. Ooh.
Yeah, for my red, I'm still at level 2.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Oh shit.
I was gonna say, Rita, turn around. Walked into that one.
See, they're coming back out of the building because I came down.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
That's how I would normally get away from them before. Like, it just gave me some, like, time to, like, run away and heal.
Mm-hmm. Bounce, bounce.
Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead.
Guys over here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of big guys. They like me. They really, really like me.
from over her.
Okay.
Whee! 7,002 health.
I have 4,295.
Do not succumb
I'm so
to the
squishy.
chaos. There is no time to
Okay.
rest. More undead
Okay.
warriors will soon arrive.
Raises yet another glass of rum and eggnog. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. I'm still at level 2. Jesus, how many do I need to get to level 3?
100.
100? I'm at 117 now.
Or no, 120, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm like, what?
My bad.
Regret choosing you for this mission.
The creepy and the crawly.
Warrior with the snap. Snap, snap.
There is no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Yay, am I finally at level 30? Oh, shit. Oh shit. Okay, I'm finally not dying. They also are focused more on you than they are on me, so that's good.
Okay, she barely even like moves my health because I heal so well.
Maybe as eternal as
Yay!
Finally, some freaking red cards. Oh, that was it. Well, I spoke too soon.
What is everyone's favorite holiday movie to watch?
life must prevail over death.
I have a list I watch every year. Ah! Cool, cool, cool.
Mine is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Did you see there was a new generation one where the son's like older and has his own family? Did you see that one?
That was just Vacation though. That wasn't Christmas.
Oh yeah. But did you watch it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Nothing can ever come as good as the original.
You know the wife? The actress who plays the wife? Her name is Beverly D'Angelo. And she was a backup singer at one point. And my dad was in the band of the singer. His name is Ronnie Hawkins. And she was at my parents' wedding.
No way.
Yeah.
Neat.
But the war is far from over.
Ooh, Scrooged is good too. Die Hard, yep. Don't care what anybody says. The guy says to Bruce Willis, "Merry Christmas." So guess what? Christmas movie. He says Merry Christmas and they're at a Christmas party, so it's Christmas movie.
I heard someone make the argument that it wasn't a Christmas movie because at the end of the day, the whole situation could have happened on any other holiday.
No, I refuse.
Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Vengeance in Spectre's name.
Bah humbug. Would you relax? Jesus, calm down.
No, they're mad because people are saying Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie.
No. Sorry, no. The zombies.
I know. I'm saying.
Oh, the zombies.
They're on the same page with us.
I never said it wasn't. I just said someone said.
They just agree with us and they're mad about it.
They were like, you better tell that person. I'm like, I don't know the person. It was an interview. I do know who said it. And they may or may not be in a Christmas movie. A very famous Christmas movie.
Played no part in the plot of Raiders of Lost.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Ooh.
Finally, I got up to level 3. Jeez Louise.
Is level 3 the max?
Yeah. You can still, obviously, cards you buy will still count.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like the character of Indiana Jones played no part in the plot of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh. Still have found the Ark, taken it to the island, and all dies. He was just an obstacle in the way. Oh. Just like Jack and Rose could have been any other people and the Titanic still would have sunk.
See, and the funny part is, so with that logic of it saying that that could have happened on any like day of the year, so basically a Christmas movie is only a Christmas movie if it deals with Santa then? Because in that theory, any gift giving will be Valentine's Day,
Very true. And theoretically, Santa Claus could be visiting or doing things on any other holiday of the year. Maybe that's a movie. Santa Claus gets tired of Christmas and wants to take over a more popular holiday.
Krampus is an evil demonic spirit, so is that a Christmas movie or is it a Halloween movie?
I think it would still be Weekend at Santa's, right? Exactly. You know, there's a place in Ontario called Santa's Summer Village. You can go there during the summer. Yeah, because Krampus in lore history is for all the children who are bad. So Krampus does not exist if Santa does not exist.
What?
Santa.
So wouldn't it be like you're spelling this? Like, I don't know. There's so many what ifs.
Santa dies and a couple of elves pretend he's still alive. Exactly. I'd watch that movie. Oh my god. You know what? I really wished... So, I watched Dear Satan. It's like this kid who spells Santa's name wrong and he ends up writing a letter to Satan. Yeah.
I didn't watch it. Was it good?
To be honest, it could have been better. It had so much promise. It lost me a little in the plot.
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
It was a Jack Black movie, which is usually pretty good and funny.
Yeah, but I find I love like Jack Black, like all those like actors, but I find that they're trying to produce movies now because they're not
for this mission.
the top things anymore, like the young crowd movies. And I find that they do a lot more misses than they lately.
It's because they're trying to reproduce something. They're like, oh my god, this is funny. It's going to be successful, so we need Jack Black to do Jack Black things. But we're going to try to tell Jack Black how to do Jack Black things.
It's just like Happy Gilmore 2. Never been.
Put me down. Listen, I'm tired of your shenanigans. Get out of here. Oh, Jesus. Don't die! Yeah, it can't be that great if someone falls asleep.
Wasn't for me.
The world is cleansed once more.
Ooh. Level 66. Wait. Is there like a level? No, level 40 is the max, right? So how come we are still getting points to level up?
That goes towards your actual level up.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm so confused. What?
Look at you, 65.8 million.
Did I do better this time?
You're doing awesome.
Thanks. I like the other turret better because I still died. I still died what, like 3 times? To be honest, yeah, I died like 3 times. That last round, I died. Did I die twice? Or maybe did I die once? I think I had.
I don't remember.
Oh wait, did it tell you in the thing?
Yeah, it should tell you.
Oh, I gotta look.
Block 3,000 damage with shields? That one's expired.
Gatling bullets produce enemies. Punisher gains produce. Okay, so I think my alt, which I haven't been doing the alt much either. Shoulder mount missile fire faster, have larger explosion range, and grant damage reduction plus enhanced lifesteal.
Yeah, see, his alt actually does something. I only ever use mine because it stuns them. But mine really doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Where his little rockets that come out of his shoulder actually do some damage.
See, it just takes so long for the animation to happen, and half the time I'm like running away, so that's why I don't do it as often. Did you finish all the things?
Yeah, but I have new ones now because I'm like way behind.
Oh.
I haven't played this game a whole lot lately. Yeah, I am on for weeklies. I'm on week 5. Oh, so I'm only 1 week behind. Because week 6 is the... Week 7 doesn't come out for another day. But one of my challenge update incoming. Okay.
Oh, what?
Thing is scrolling on top of your screen. Update
Oh, shit.
incoming. For tournament stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, Temporarily limited. We appreciate you understanding. Well, I don't think I've done any of the tournament stuff.
No.
But then again, I think to create a faction, right?
Didn't you create one?
No? Oh, I thought you had to do something. Or you had to be a certain level. And I didn't have it.
Sure.
Faction. Okay. Form your faction. Assemble your teammates and battle glory to Marvel Rivals Championships. The tournament honors a faction rewards you forge will cement a tier. Faction created here not eligible to compete in Marvel Rivals Clash Tournament. To participate in Clash Tournament, please visit Marvel Clash page to create your dedicated Clash faction.
Okay. Prize pool $14,500 US.
Mm-hmm.
What do I need to get more?
I think you just play, right? Complete missions.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
complete.
just need to complete 2 matches to finish my second.
Any matches anywhere?
Yeah, it's just quick match, competitive, arcade, or practice versus AI.
Okay, so it's not special event, just matches.
Yeah, just matches.
Right.
Just the matches.
But we can do some quick play. Then we don't have to doing the zombie modes. All mine are. All the rest of mine are solos. I have to do solo things. This game hates me. It's like, doesn't it know? How am I supposed to survive if I don't have someone to carry me to the end?
Well, now that you're getting the cards figured out, you should do really well with it.
Yeah, I think. Oh, and also the turret thing. Like, knowing that now, I'm like, oh my god, that's like a game changer
You'll
for me.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
That's great.
Winter Soldier.
Okay. And
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Wait, did they do happy birthday?
Yeah, in the chat. In the team chat.
Nope.
Music makes people happy.
30
Heroes
seconds
make them
before you
sing.
attack. Get ready.
I can do both.
Good luck, have fun.
Would you look at us?
I'm setting the
Man out of
tone.
time at the cyborg They've sure come a long way from Brooklyn, Steve. But as long as we've still got a little Brooklyn inside of us, Buck, I have a feeling we'll be just
Valkyrie.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'll do what's needed to win this, even if it does mean taking out all your allies. Hostile forces incoming.
A nice deep freeze.
I
was worried. A little help hurts.
I'm almost dead.
That's much better. Snowball fight. I don't have to be center stage.
Ah, this thing is harassing me.
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
Wow.
Blow up.
Cap. What does Cap do?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. I like the cold. I feel renewed. Do I throw like a girl? I appreciate you. Better stop that vehicle. Feeling fantastic. I was worried. A nice deep freeze. I should be singing lullabies. I don't have to be center stage. Snowball fight.
The moon haunts you.
Shields up. I'll give you this right
Ah! This bitch! Ah. Captain literally. That captain literally, like, followed me around the damn map.
Still got songs to sing.
Yeah, thing just goes right past everybody and comes and kills me and nobody stops him, so.
You want to be healed, y'all.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Together to victory!
Wow.
I am ready to put on a show. I can be reckless now.
Ah!
Double KO. Songs to sing. Feeling fantastic.
It's clobbering time!
It's okay. Admit it. Stop them in their tracks. We should destroy these ults. Potion's gonna be very angry.
The moon!
Oh! Son of a biscuit.
He was waiting for that.
Mm-hmm.
The moon haunts you!
Double KO. Songs to sing.
Stand down!
I like the cold. Shields up. I was worried. Do I throw like a girl? It's okay. Admit it. You need me. Blow up. No worries. I suck. You should be playing shuffleboard, old man. Oh, look who I found.
We can't let them get
What? Stop the mission vehicle? You mean the one that I'm on? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A nice deep freeze. Feeling fantastic.
I want eyes on this location. How can a thunder god
And Thor? Maybe not run out to, like...
How are we not killing him?
Right? Jesus.
See them? Right there. I like the cold. We're finding our groove. I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
Ah, I'm stuck.
I died.
I'm trying to...
Power move reveal.
No! Put it on the heal one. The heal one?
Yeah, you're doing power
Back in the
upgrade.
fight.
You were in purple mode.
Oh, shit. I didn't even know that's a thing. How do I do that?
Don't you dare let that thing through.
When you're in it, I think you press again or something like that.
But this is Moon Knight's doing. That's the boost I needed.
I can't remember.
Is that like a new thing?
Just like I saw on TV.
Nope.
Shields up, strong together. It's now or never. Stop them. I suck. I appreciate you. One less problem. You stop them in their tracks. I don't have to be center stage. A nice deep freeze. I made it last.
Damn it!
Please, a nice deep freeze. I'm making a comeback.
I got stuck on the rock. Stuck on a rock.
Need some help.
My strength is returning.
Okay, so I'm gonna go E.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. I am ready to put on a
Okay.
show. It's okay.
Go.
You need me.
So purple mode.
A nice deep freeze. Much better. How you're frozen. Nice work, Namor. But don't let it go to your head. I don't have to be center stage. I was worried. I like the cold. It's okay. Stop them in their tracks. You need me.
Oh shit.
Ooh, a touch of healing. Shields up. I like the cold. I don't have to be center stage. Nice. Only 60 seconds left. Don't let it go to your head. Birthday! Stop them in their tracks.
Starting to get into the seats.
I suck.
This spot is working.
The moon!
No!
I was barely inside the edge of that.
Me too. I was like just on the corner. I was almost out.
Double kill.
On the cross.
30 seconds. I like the cold. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
That was a super good match.
We tried.
Oh, I got SVP?
Ooh.
Nice. I'll take it. Why not?
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's not you. I saw Squirrel Girl and assumed it was you. Oh no.
Yeah.
They got a quad. Yeah, because their thing, oh my god. I mean, their MVP, their thing.
Yeah, he just blew through everybody and just kicked my arse.
I know, like the amount of times I like froze him because I just had to get away and I was just like, oh my god.
That is so funny you didn't know that you could switch her ult.
No, that's literally the first time that's ever happened to me. That's
I
why I was like, well, how did I do
"Oh,
it?
You were doing the purple thing. You're like, yeah? And I'm like, yeah, I died. Then when they said use the healing, you're like, what do you mean?
I know, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, I just go here. I don't read instructions.
Oh, I love it.
It's so funny.
It's so funny that I was like, I'm dying and you're still in purple. Hello? Little did I know, you did not know that was a thing.
That's why I was like, oh.
Alrighty.
I didn't even know it was purple. I was like, I don't know, wasn't it always purple? Apparently? Sure?
Now it is.
Chrono tokens! Alright. Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I guess I should go to bed early because we have to go to bed. But we should do one last match. One more for the road. We got it.
Nice thing is that it always finds matches quickly.
Mm-hmm. Always one more.
Ori knows.
Exactly. I'm like, these are the moments where, like, when I stay up later than I should, these are the moments where it's like, I'm told I'm allowed to sleep in a little bit in the morning, and then randomly there's something now I have to do.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Hmm. That's how it was on Tuesday, because I knew my appointment with my dad was canceled. And
I'm a
oh shit.
blunt instrument. That's how I like it.
Oh. I guess we're going 4? I mean, I'll switch to tank if we need to.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
And then my mom left so early that she was like, you gotta get up and give the dogs their medicine and feed them. And I'm like,
I don't need protecting. Nobody goes it alone in these times. We can't afford to.
Yeah, we have nothing planned except to. I think we're putting a ham on the smoker. That's about it. Other than that, we get to do what we want.
I like the cold. I'd rather make music than do anything else. Invisible music.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Yep. How dare you?
Spider boss. I prefer her be my subject.
Squish those spiders. Lead them to Khonshu. There, ahead. I found a good field of fire. Next stop, the Weaver. That choice, I'm good to go.
Yep.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
The rift is getting bigger, and from the looks of it, a lot more.
A nice deep freeze. That one hurts. I got your back.
We are undefeatable.
You guys saved my ass.
Stay away from the nest.
No more worries about spiders.
Oh shit.
There they are.
Judge, jury, executioner! Nice one.
You get away. There. Don't turn around now. Double KO.
Oh shit.
A nice deep freeze.
You need me. The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Holy shit,
Keep
we're
up
doing
the
pretty
momentum.
good with no tank.
These are sounds I never heard before. Rock on, spiders.
Let's cook some more.
I suck.
I am ready to put on a show. Time for some fireworks.
They look like they mean business.
Oh my god, the
Nice little boost.
the roof of the building saved me.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Fight for the good guys next time.
I suck.
I'm good to go.
Oh shit.
It's hard to keep track of everybody. Everybody's all over the place.
I got shot out of the sky by Iron Man.
Spidey.
That's okay. I know you're there now.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm sure those are bad guys.
I love the cold.
Lead them to Khonshu. Down came the moon and
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Behold the god of thunder!
Oh shit.
Damn it, never fall! Battlefield ready again.
Look at you there, Spider Zero.
Damn it.
Iron Man.
I know I'm trying to shoot him, but he won't sit still. Okay, hold on.
Judge, jury,
Ah, damn it, Iron Man. I'm Thor got me. I was about to get him.
jury, executioner! This is not over.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
We'll make it to Budokan, Zero. I promise.
I don't have to be center stage.
That one.
Damn it.
Get that vehicle moving again.
A nice deep freeze.
Maximum!
No!
I'm good to go. Out of sight. Got it. Stop the weaver.
It's the grand finale.
Leave
It's party time! I am ready to put on a show.
all patched up.
Shields up.
Out of sight. Some sort of weird robot. Field ready again. Fire from behind.
Ah!
I didn't get around in time.
Fair enough. I was trying to get Iron Man. He's in the sky in the corner back there.
Another tour.
Oh my goodness.
Behold the god of thunder! I tried to keep him out of trouble.
You need me. Follow up, Zero.
Heavy weapons. Born again! Damn it, never fall!
Shit, where did he go? Ah!
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Okay.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Got him.
Robot spiders all over the place.
You're pushing, but for some reason I.
That's 3.
No more worries about spiders. Never thought I'd care so much about spiders.
Okay.
Right out. Battle
Down to 30 seconds. I suck. Almost there. You'll turn back now. It's the grand finale. It's spider time! The final 10 seconds. Better watch your back. Keep free. Hey, folks.
There's so many bombs over here.
Double KO.
Damn.
This is not a...
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Well, you can't expect to win them all. Galactica.
Oh shit, they had 3 healers? Oh fuck, no wonder.
That explains a lot because I kid you not, like the amount of times I was like, I would get Iron Man like so like close to down and then he'd be healed again.
Y'all are so bad. Okay. Well, I'm giving thumbs up to everybody else but Spider-Man for that comment.
Right?
You didn't even get SVP, bro. You even DPS, bro?
Wait.
Oh my goodness. You even DPS, bro? He's got 5,000 damage. Look at all your guys' damage. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I love it when people talk crap like that.
Right? I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot we even had a Spider-Man. Was he a Spider-Man this whole time? Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, he was. You even GTS, bro. I like how you said you didn't get SVP.
You didn't even get SVP.
I had more damage than Spidey did. Accuracy of 100% with Spider-Man? Really?
Did they like turn the cheats on or something?
Kind of fishy. And they're only 11 and 1?
Mm-hmm.
I have 35% accuracy and I'm 12 and 2.
Yeah,
That's fishy.
I died 5 times. Like I was the most tankest DPS person possible. and I swear the 2 people that, well, actually no, I did die to the bombs for Penny quite a bit, but really, if I was in the bombs, it was because I was running away from Thor and or trying to then kill Iron Man in the sky. And I just happened to be like too busy looking up that I'm not realizing I just walked into all the bombs. So that happened to me a lot. But we can't go on a loss. we got this.
One second.
Okay.
Throw my last acorn.
Oh. Oh shit.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I was canceling. I was canceling.
It's okay. There's always after.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, and that Lord Spidey. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
I don't know who I want to be.
Oh.
I'm a blunt instrument. That's how I like it.
Fools!
30
You
seconds
truly
before you
believe
attack.
You can stop
Get
my
ready.
grand scheme?
You might want to stand back, Spidey. Things are about to get pretty chilly.
I haven't played Wanda in forever. I'm gonna do terribly. Just FYI.
You say yourselves.
Nah.
Yeah, I guess I
You're
did,
gonna be great.
but I'm always looking for more. Glad to add you to the list.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heavy weapons.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Always knew you'd turn bad.
A nice deep freeze.
Before the crowd starts singing.
Spider-Man gone? I'm good to go. Let's save that tree. Looks like bullets break your magic.
We're finding our groove.
Maybe cars just ain't your game.
Ooh.
Pretty sure those are
Without Spider-Man, New York has lost its heart.
I'm losing control.
Gambit got your back.
Keep going.
Some sort of squids? Great.
That's a lot there with you.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Xavier. Hi.
Back for another tour.
A winning hand!
We are undefeatable. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Gambit never falls!
Yeah, I'm not very good with Wanda.
Oh my god. I'm like my heartbeat. Ooh.
All patched up.
Ooh, over here.
Jury, executioner.
Yeah, she did.
That's 3.
Looks like bullets break your back.
Wow, 4 in a row.
That one hurts.
Enemy in front of us. I've seen scarier things in the bayou, Nemo.
I like the cold.
Keep going.
The gods themselves.
Holy shit, I killed people with it.
Ooh, did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it?
I did, I got it. It's so happy.
Yay!
I like the cold.
Some sort of creature return to the seas at once.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Let the devil out! Battlefield ready again.
Eh.
Was cursed from the start.
Damn it, never fall!
Yeah. Okay. A winning pair.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I re-upped.
Don't lose faith. We can still reach the world tree.
We're moving so fast. I haven't even had time to get my turret, my turret,
A nice
because
deep freeze.
I'm like,
That
oh.
vehicle moving again.
By the eye of Agamotto! Turret's blown. I'm infantry again.
Yeah.
I'm good to go.
We are undefeatable.
A nice deep freeze.
Got me good.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, I don't even know who got me that time.
Extended my deployment.
Okay, we lost a player?
Perfect. Hex. Yeah. Feel presence.
I've seen scarier things in the bayou.
Toys are on us.
No, our enemies are near.
Center stage.
Heavy weapons.
Oh, shit.
The vehicle
I mean to
reached
do
a
that,
checkpoint.
but okay.
Keep up the momentum.
Let's make our way to the Arbor de Mont.
Choke me.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh,
I flew right into that one.
So weak.
Blow up.
What have you summoned now, Namor?
When can you put a turret on top of there?
I don't know. I was like, it was an accident. I hit the wrong button. To be honest, I was gonna reload and I hit the wrong button and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm here.
You made your last mistake. I'll win it, hand!
won't stop until the tapping is stopped.
Oh, if you're back on the wheel,
Heavy weapons.
you learn so much the stream.
Limbo stands with you. Another epic victory.
Yay!
Yeah, they were really good. I can't believe I'm 33-3. I haven't played Wanda in forever. See, go out on a win. Whoop,
See?
whoop.
Exactly. We did great. We did great.
And I actually killed people with my ult. I haven't done that in a while. Have not done that in forever.
Ooh. Yeah, they hit 31. Oh, goodness. Ooh, and I got a quad? Look at that. Look at that.
Well, that was super fun.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for having me.
Do you have someone in mind that you want to raid? Or I'm assuming you're finishing stream.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah, I'm finished. Streamed twice today. So did you.
Me too.
Let us go.
Right?
I have somebody that's playing Peak.
Okay.
And post-trauma, and the person that we played against in Marvels is playing Street Fighter.
Okay.
And Daytona is playing Escape from Tarkov. And then there's Surrealism and Phoenix Down also. It says they're playing together, but Phoenix, it says they're playing code names. They must not have changed it.
Yeah, they might not have changed it.
Surreal
Ooh.
has Jackbox Party. Oh yeah, they are playing Jackbox Party. Yeah, so that's who I have. One playing Peak is from, I want to say, the Nightmare Network. They play as a whale. It's so cute.
Oh, Operation Dizzy?
Yeah.
As soon as you said they play as a whale, I'm like, wait, I know who this is.
They're pretty funny. And then, yeah, the one playing post-trauma is somebody from my stream team. Oh, yeah. Oh, stop yawning.
And then Daytona is playing, say what again?
Escape from Tarkov. They have one viewer.
Want to go say hi to them?
Yeah, I think
say
so. I like going to the ones that
well,
don't have a whole lot.
I rated Phoenix yesterday. That's why I was like, oh.
Oh.
I mean, I try to even it out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Switch it up so I'm not rating the same people all the time.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do too. Cool. Excuse me.
I don't see Daytona on mine.
Dog Daytona? Are you not following them?
I might not be. I just
Okay,
follow
here.
so many people. It's not on my list. Hold on.
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't. Sometimes Twitch hates me.
Are they even there?
But that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if they show up on my account.
Oh no, their game's just loading.
No, I'm following them. They're nowhere in my list. Oh, there
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
like what it does to me.
Yeah, that used to happen for you like all the time for me. I think it's because I follow so many damn people that after a while it's just like, nah, we're not going to show you these people.
Are they ending?
They only just started like an hour ago.
Okay.
They're playing a game.
Okay. They were back at the main menu, so I was like, oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
All right.
Thanks for games. Oh, I'll
Thanks.
turn off the shared chat.
Okay.
And I'll just end the stream together.
Okay, sounds good.
Okie dokie.
All right. Good night.
Thanks for games.
And I'll talk
Good
to you later.
night.
Good night.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. All right, everyone. We are going to go say hi to Daytona. I don't think I've rated them. I'm not 100% sure. I might have. I may have. Could possibly. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you to Twitch for the gift subs. Like, my goodness, I am still in shock. Like, yeah. And I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% pretty sure my my stream manager is broken because, like I said, it's really weird because after they gave me gift subs, I also got more gift subs, and I'm still stuck at the same point that I was before. Like, it's very weird. Like, it's not working. Anyways, thank you so much. I don't plan on streaming tomorrow. If I do, it'll be like spur of the moment. We'll see. Maybe I'll just see like who's live. Maybe I'll just go hang out in someone's chat. I might just hang out in the Discord. I don't know. It's really depending. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll like just watch some TV or something in the Discord. But yeah, I am doing stuff with my family. Tomorrow we are having dinner, so if I do, it might be, like doing some family fun things. My aunt had this cool idea of us playing like charades or something, or like doing some games on New Year's Eve. So maybe I'll do a live stream of that. I don't know. We shall see. But yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone, and or happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. I just hope you are safe and warm this evening. And yeah, I appreciate you all and thank you for being here. All right. Okay, we are going to go say hi to Dog Daytona. There's the raid. Here's the raid messages. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you are a follower. Let's go over and share the love. I appreciate you all. You are amazing, and I appreciate all the love. All right. Oh my god. Oh, and thank you, Twitch, for following as well. Oh my god, these subscribers are going to take forever. Look at that. See? Do, 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 do. Wow. I don't even know if we're going to make it to the end. Look at how many subscribers there were. Oh my god. Oh, we haven't even made it to the end yet. Oh my. Let's go over. Let's go over. Phoenix redeeming your golden ticket last minute.